Oh, hello. Let me just close everything that I don't need. And we should be good to go. My headset's just turned off. Right, I should be live now. Let me just check it on YouTube. Oh, I get notifications that I'm live from my other YouTube channel. That's pretty funny. Okay. That's live, that's all good. Dashboard on Twitch. This is all good. Hey, Saya. And then, yeah, I think it's pretty much everything I wanted to do prep-wise. So, I have a bit of a to-do list today. I'm only going to be live a couple of hours, so I don't know how I'm going to really approach this first game. Or like the first few series. Because I want to watch the games from yesterday too in Gamechangers. That's probably more important than watching Talon. But I did want to watch some Talon. So I've got their grand final, and I've also got their series against Talon, which I think is this one.
The grand finals were NKT.
So it was the lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals the same day. Yeah, the quad duelist was really interesting. Also, the fact that it wasn't intentional makes it even better. Yeah, it was just... I feel a bit bad for Evil Geniuses because it sort of gives them a bit of egg on their face, but ultimately I think that if you're playing a LAN event, which you haven't really got any experience in, you're playing with a stand-in, effectively, because you lost one of your best players and you had to replace them with whoever you could out of the top 8 teams. And then you go up against a team that locks in that, when I imagine EG with Jovi and stuff are a bit more focused on prep and anti-stratting, and then you lose the pistol and the bonus, and it's just a free fall at that point. So I think it's easy to give a lot of criticism to Evil Geniuses, but I think it would have happened to the majority of teams at Gamechangers. Like, I reckon I could see BBL just be completely lambasted by that, because teams don't play like that usually, like that kind of pace. I'm good, Mr. Dr. Super Chicken, Mr. Dr. Sheep. Yeah, I kind of wanted to blast through this game anyway. So this was the second time that Full Sense had played up against Talon. The first time Talon had lost, and then this is the time that they won. So, I mean, you sort of look at the team that Full Sense have, like John Olsen, who was on Full Sense way back when. PTC, I think, was on that team as well. Foxy, Sushi Boys were on like X10, Xerxia, those kind of teams. Leviathan, I don't know too much about, but not too important. We actually get to see some Breeze too. Also, comps, not too surprising. You got the Cypher instead of another controller. The only difference is the Sky versus the KO.
Yeah, so they immediately figured out the push on mid by Full Sense, but they don't waste any time.
Yeah, well, they just fight for mid and win.
Somewhere else around the map that was
Not a bad pistol to start with. We can just gloss through most of this. Because there was so much negativity around this Talon team.
And they just had some stellar angles to work with to begin with. And now Governor also ready for action. There's a shot onto John Olsen. Cruz finding PTC as well. And Talon, they have the firepower.
I guess the question is, who's IGLing for this team? Because I thought that Governor's got some experience in it. Might be Ban, right? Ban or Lenny.
Well, them hips don't lie. It was spotted out here.
And yeah, this is just the Viper left. Alright. Bonus. Cruz, surely. Yeah, probably.
sense now on their full buy. They're contesting with mid PTC.
I'm just trying to see who's like been vocal, but
double dipping, and he's able to catch out John Olsen along the way. So another pick working out for Talon's favor.
But where's the pick for that? Was it just mid? Yeah.
Double dipping, and he's able to catch out John Olsen along the way.
Also, I didn't realize that this didn't have the UI. There's so many games that went to overtime as well for Talon. Like, they had a lot of really close games. I think this might have gone to overtime as well, this one. It was a long day.
As many angles as he possibly can. He's left alone for his devices, and I guess that's the only best way for Full Sense to make something happen, because Foxy does have his
So 4 versus 3, still fighting very close for A main.
Allow his teammates to start pinching in from A main here. The big problem for A main is, as you can see here on our cameras, ladies and gentlemen, Governor is holding the angle, and he's been pretty hot at the very start. Although Leviathan and Sushi Boys.
What did Cruz used to play beforehand?
No help from Lenny up until the very
I can't remember.
He does go for the trade.
Oh, but Lenny falls. Foxy with the opening in Full Sense now, making it 2v2. Game of distance.
Because here he's on the Viper.
Very much so.
They got the retake wall on B.
The spikes planted now. Leviathan also.
So sorry, they just lose the fight to A?
Leviathan and Sushi Boys.
Yeah, they just...
He might be pinched. No help from Lenny.
At least it's traded from Lenny, but then he's getting pushed from double doors as well with the Bulldog. So it's not ideal. They also leave their Viper wall to post that late from Leviathan.
Well with the snake bite. It's Foxy now versus 2 on the opposite end. His forward teammates looking to hunt him down, but Foxy now sees the opening, sees the double up, and he's able to get Jit Boys along the way. 1v1, stalling with the darts. Cruz though on the advance, and Foxy
He's
trying
low.
to survive with 25 HP. The push from Cruz though, it's gonna be close, I believe.
I was gonna say, it was switching over to the player POV, might not even get it. Yeah, they win the pistol, they win the bonus. Is this like an eco?
Yeah, in terms of the buys,
It was a breach mainly looked much worse back in 2022 and 2023 when he switched to smokes. He looked 100 times better in terms of impact frags and general stats. I guess in this one is kind of, he is playing the main controller. So Governor's on the main duelist. He's supported by Ban, which makes a lot of sense.
Get yourself a captain like that. But Talon now, they tried to go for the operator play. Governor is immediate.
And then Lenny's on Sova, okay.
For his life. Full Sense though, ready for the push as well. We've always seen this at Full Sense. You give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile and move in deeper. The spike gonna get planted.
They've done well to get the plant down.
Full Sense back on the shop they go. Keep an eye out though. Sushi Boys on the lurk, but we've seen from Talon, they've learned from their mistakes last time around. They actually rotate as a 5, moving from the CT side into the site. Bang. Also advancing. John also though spotted out by the Owl drone. Very much so put on pressure. Jit Boy is able to sniff
John also for president. So they've got 6 players. One of them's Paipan. Paipan wasn't in this tournament at all, so it's more likely than anything that Patty's going to be 6th player just because of all of his wrist issues.
Governor, he wants to finish off the
Yeah, they got it.
Does so with the defuse, and Talon now running away with a score.
I mean, did he DC? He just... Yeah, he's talking to the admins because he's got full utility. So I guess this is probably a big technical pause. Are they going to replay the round? Was it round 4? Probably not because he wasn't AFK from the beginning. So yeah, it just goes. The thing about watching the VODs is we get to skip some of that. I mean, there's Gamechangers, there's quite a few tech pauses, wasn't there? Alright, John also gets 2 on B before anything else happens. Who's overhead? So they actually moved the Cypher and the Viper over towards the A site together. What did Paipan play back in Overwatch? Because I think he came from Overwatch, right? Yeah, he did. Pretty sure he just played like your DPS characters. I don't think he played like another role like tank. I think he was just kind of like your tracer hit scan player. Might have been some Genji. I can't really remember.
Right now, Sushi Boy spotted. Critical pick here by Cruz. Snake bites though. Answers back.
I forgot about that. That's sort of generational talent.
Full Sense. gonna be able to get the plant down.
Oh.
But Jit Boys is a big surprise. Foxy doesn't see him coming.
How do you feel about new
That's
talent so
right,
far?
that
Did you
means
manage to check them out
Leviathan
prior to this?
is
I watched some of the
full
games
as
just
he said.
because after the
Like,
China ones I'd
bloody.
host this and then watch it for a bit.
The angle,
So I watched the
but
first series they
happened.
played
He
against
had
Full
a small
Sense,
chance,
but
Lenny still gets the takedown,
Oh, it's
and
short.
now PTC.
I mean, so far
doesn't
this has
make the
been like
distance
solid.
happen,
Are they calling
and
for
Lenny
another
with
take
3,
pause
Talon. They just
or
dismantled.
timeout?
Well, Jit Boy,
I can see
there's
stuff
just
in
one
chat.
thing
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
side that makes it much easier for us to start pinching, and PTC is in no position to actually play a good post plan from that angle. If he comes through double door, we're all golden.
Work soon.
It's a tactical pause.
Especially that we caught out instincts. Okay, we have that.
I actually think that like getting
Inside
Frost in
on
as a coach though is a really good shout for this team, because I don't really think that Talon have done much wrong. You'd look on Reddit and you'd assume that they've completely like botched this team, which I don't know if I agree with that, because you lose Sushi Boys and Foxy, who go to this team instead. They go to Full Sense. Zeus goes, but I think that was like planned out for some time. And then Garnet goes as well. And then you bring in Lenny, Ban, and Governor. And the other two players of like Cruz you keep. Jit Boys you keep. And then you got Patty as the 6th. Which I don't know. I don't feel like this is a downward movement. And I don't know if there's been that much talent that maybe on NXT maybe could sort of compare that. I kind of help. I feel like Governor is a filler piece till Patty returns. Yeah, maybe. But I also think that like Governor has shown himself to be a really good player and like really flexible. So I don't think having him across here, especially if he can get dual nationality, therefore it doesn't count as a import. I think having that kind of player is like really good for talent to add some structure in. Lenny's the only one I don't know too much about. Because I know he was on Team Secret, but he very rarely played, did he? So yeah, I mean, I don't... When I sort of heard about how people were really dumbed down on this as a, oh my god, this team is the worst thing to happen to Thailand, that's kind of how it felt from some of the audience. I don't know if I agree all that much, but I am very... I'm trying to think of the words. Ignorant to the Thai scene. I'm not going to pretend that I know a huge amount about it. Like, maybe there are some players on this roster that actually should be on VCT caliber teams. And maybe there is it's a disservice, I suppose, to not have the core of the team be Thai. Now you got 3 Thai players, and then you got a Singaporean, yeah, and then 2 Koreans/Americans. So I think you could be really critical to Governor, which I don't know if that's necessary. I think Ban is a really good pickup anyway. Like, good experience at the tier 1 level, pretty flexible on like the characters that you can play. Never going to be a bad shout, I don't think. And I guess Lenny's just a really interesting one to be picking up too. And if you're going to start coming in English, I don't think that's too much of an issue either. Because you've got RRQ, which is like the Indonesian representative. They have a mix of nationalities, and I'm pretty sure that they'll come in English. Yeah, I think it was more Reddit that surprised me the most. Like, just some of the things that have been said about Talon. Crazy excessive. Talon is a disappointment. Talon is ruining Thai talent. Like this... I mean, both of these are just kind of crazy reactions. So they haven't learned from RRQ chaos last year, but I think like RRQ looked a lot better than people give them credit for. Just didn't really like slot in at the right time. I mean, I get that it's disappointing, but I don't know. Like, I've not seen anybody really say they should have picked up this player, and this player, you know? Like, it's just a lot of people kind of going, this is shit. It's like, well, what would you have preferred? I don't really know. That one was sort of upvoted a lot. I guess it's just, yeah, it sucks for Thai talent that the Thai team in VCT not so much isn't speaking Thai. I don't really care about that much. You've got some Chinese teams speaking English. It doesn't matter. But it's really perplexing to me to see this kind of reaction. Like, this is just like the first. Tier 2 teams are not even the best from their region and still struggling so badly. They're scraping wins against Full Sense and Oasis. This event showed that Tier 2 Thai talent are better than the current non-Thai players, excluding Ban. Governor got diffed in almost every single game by not even the best duelist in their respectable regions. I don't see why Talon got this player who's a downgrade. Yeah, it's like there's a genuine... I'm just scrolling through these. There's like a genuine reason to be upset, but it's being mixed in with how this team performed at their first ever like team event. And honestly, fair credit for Talon for making this kind of move and then still being happy to play in this tournament anyway. Because it really, like, if it doesn't go well, it leaves them with a huge amount of egg on your face. So we're going to really invest, I suppose, in stronger teams, make a stronger core as opposed to focusing on Thai talent, and then playing in a team that's called Clash of Nations up against predominantly Thai players.
This is so different from what we saw. Again, talking about how it was an 8-4 with Full Sense being that.
Yeah, but also APAC fans are like that a lot. I'm not necessarily saying that Thai fans are like that, but there's genuinely a lot of people that get very passionate, which is cool to see. But there is some elements of delirium. I'm not necessarily saying that this is one of them. I mean, how did Lenny actually get 2 from that kind of... He does it from heaven as well. I mean, they're both pretty low, and he just takes more of a pot shot. I'm just wondering that if you do your Hunter's Fury from bridge, is there an advantage there?
Talon smite the opposition, and Governor's in as well. Lightning strikes, the operator hits, and it's Talon again wiping this.
Just makes it really awkward to bounce around.
Talon right now.
I'm going to look at the spoilers for this game because I thought that this was a very overtimey one. It was. It was 6-0 up, and it went to 15-17 overtime. What kind of roles are people playing as well? Because you're saying that, like, Cruz is on controller, Cruz is on controller. So Cruz now looks a lot stronger, and he's IGLing. Lenny's on main initiator, Ban's on flex. Like, yeah, honestly, I think it's like minus Governor, plus if Patty Pan was fit and healthy and you just put Patty on duelist, I don't think people would have really cared that much. My Governor does well in this game. He's 10-3 on first kills, first deaths. Like, on attack, he's kind of getting hopefully traded in some of these, but he's finding the first blood still. So yeah, I'm wondering where this is going wrong. And if it's even worth talking about, you know? It's just, oh, they're a new team, they're just making the crappy mistakes. They get KO knifed. So that gives away where the jet is. Lenny takes a fight, gets out, because you're up against like an eco, so there's no need to run that risk. John Olsen plays that nicely against Ban. I don't know what the audio level's like, by the way. Is this just a John Olsen round? I mean, fair effort. It wasn't even an eco. It was just a Blade Storm, and then Foxy playing off of that nicely. I mean, maybe that's just a case of like Talon get a bit over-focused on the jet. Which is also, I can speak from this because we've got new players on Odd One Out now. Like, there is so much trying to trade for a teammate that happens, which I think is just that like people want to be reliable to their team, and if one of them dies, they're gonna try best to trade it out. But sometimes it's just not worth taking that fight or really over focusing on a certain aspect of it. It's better to be like, all right, the Jets actually got to kill a mid. Let's just try and like reset as much as possible. Because Talon realistically didn't need to fight that deep. Governor didn't need to be here. Like, he over-focused because he got a really good angle and wanted to punish this. They completely forgot about mid.
Gonna be out here for full sense. Same case for Governor in the Talon side. And the Viper split now. Gonna be online here for Talon, so they take the shot away.
These roles make sense. My pet previously seen teams play rock, paper, scissors for roles. In a day or two, a team can easily optimize their roles to make minimum role overlap occur.
So respecting that. Going for
well, at least in this series, the roles are what you would have wanted, right? Did they change it up for other maps and other series? Because at least, like, if that's the case and they did change the roles mid-tournament, and this is what they ended on, and they lost the final in a best of 3, and some of those games were overtime anyway, and surely that's not too bad. Because these, like, full sends, I can't imagine this being together that long. Because, I mean, Foxy and Sushi Boys came over to this team. No idea about NXT. But if you're losing against teams that have a bit more practice and a bit more fundamentals, like, built up.
John Olsen gets on board in full sense now, looking for the overrun. Cruz, though, he's in danger. The Viper Spit, yes, is online, but he's seen not just once, but twice by the pings of the Euro.
Just try to survive being, like, bullied like this.
Planted now. It's full sense. They have a Viper Spit online as well. Over onto the left-hand side of the site, blockading defense and the double doors.
Also, for the Gamechangers games, we can watch. We could use Augment to, like, learn some stuff.
Right now, and Lenny, maybe some exits. Leviathan to see it coming. Sushi Boys is right there.
Okay, fine. So what, actually, yeah, I'll just watch a replay. Good position for the op to be in. He smokes and then tries to peek out wider off it, and then just gets traded. Like, again, like, do you need to be that aggressive with the fights? Yeah, I'd agree. Like, also, I think as a coach, like, Frost doesn't really take the piss. Like, he's more well known, I think, for the whole ping drama when he was he on 100 Thieves at that point? 100 Thieves Sentinels trying to argue with the admins about what ping to have for the game. And then that all gets leaked. But overall, I'd say that, like, Frost is a really good coach. And I think that, like, him going over to any APAC team is going to be, like, an upgrade. Because I think he's just really good with people. Okay, so what happens here? Is it Ban that dies? I can't tell because it's in the camera. And the camera's got the weird effect on it. Like, he dies near, like, McDonald's.
We'll see Cruz get picked off
or Arches. We just call it McDonald's.
Governor here might have to check out mid, but the rest, as the Viper wall is gone, starting to move their way.
And trying to fight mid a bit more with the operator. You've got the Silver still on A.
Exactly that.
And then everybody else is just going for a B execute. So the Cypher can play A because of all of the trips. The Recon's in a really good spot too from Lenny. That's really well played. No overreaction. This might be a little bit like Governor is just again caught in mid, fighting when he doesn't really need to.
Foxy catches Governor off guard. The owl drone now from Lenny. Foxy doing the same, and they're just trading darts right now. Shock dart though, trying to do a bit of trip damage. Full sense, scrambling their way towards A.
Like, this would be a shame of a round, I think, for Talon to lose.
They won't have any smokes though to work with from the looks of it.
30 seconds left.
Van should be able to hear the plant right now.
Spike
This
planted.
would have to mean that they're going to have to play the site. Again, they can't really use any smokes to kind of play around
At
this.
least waiting for each other, clearing some of these angles whilst they wait. This is a good sign.
Creeping in.
Skydog,
Dog to
not
check on
really the
Google for
greatest
any
place.
late lurks, which is apparently not.
Like, it's just a bit of a rough bit of utility to
Right,
use
they're
here.
starting something right now.
No, there's maybe one on site.
Oh, not even the
And then
one.
you got PTC
Oh,
with an
PTC
operator
still
watching.
the angle on the
And then I
corner,
think you've got
ready for
Silver
some
lineups
traffic.
from...
The win, maybe. But that's going to leave Jet Boys in such an unfavorable spot, and Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean, that's a shame. Yeah, no surprise that there's a timeout. But I mean, I remember watching this in the timeout against Full Sense in the first game.
In the first half, and Talon, they have to discuss how they're actually gonna beat that cave angle, right? Because it's always
I feel like this, like watching it with how animated he is with his hands, this feels like, you know, the whole gif of when there's a, I think it's like a bide, it's like explaining stuff at a board. I feel like you could take the way that Frost is moving here and like speed it up and make it like a me when I'm explaining so-and-so meme. Like literally, if you just 2x speed this, it's actually such a good like gif. It's just perfect. It's S-Fan talking to a wall. Yeah.
Anymore with his operator. They're just kind of, they know, right? Off by John Olsen, even though it's an off-camera.
He's still like, he's so like animated. But I think one of the things that I liked about Frost, from like talking to him a little bit back in the 100 Thieves days, is I feel like out of any other coach that Asanas had, I think Frost was the person that got the most out of him. Like, I think they really put Asuna in a position where he was confident, but he wasn't cocky. And I think developing that kind of talent was something that Frost was very good at. And so put on a team like this, where you do have players like Governor, who still is relatively inexperienced for like tier 1 play, he can still seek to gain a lot and improve a lot as a player. First of all, he's 12 and 5 still, so, and we'll be very pedantic picking on like his faults, because it's easy to pick faults at the Jet for one. Also, he is the DNA player that's come over as an import, but not really, that's going to get a lot of flack. In fact, when it comes to like imports of that level, people look at Ban and they don't really treat it the same sort of way. Like, Ban's good. He's 1 and 5 at the moment, so he hasn't been. So yeah, I think I think this team could improve a tremendous amount. And also, if this is the team that they've been trialing people for, maybe they trialed some of these players on Full Sense that they didn't drop before. Maybe they trialed some players on NXT or whatever. It maybe just wasn't a good fit. Maybe this was just the best fit for a team. Ban was going to control in tier 1. Yeah, I really like Ban as a player. Here's not so much. But I've only seen 9 rounds of him play.
If they lose this, they might be forced to play into an eco after building such a big.
But also, I'm not a fan of Sky on this map. I think it's almost a necessity to be going KO if you get a double initiator.
He's holding on to the broken wall. And speaking of the wall right now, being set up yet again. Toxic screen already utilized here.
Like, if you're gonna go Sky, I think you go and add an Omen instead of a Sova, or a Harbor, and you go double controller. But I like the Sova the most.
Huge camera here for Jet Boys.
I always get nervous when I see cameras in that spot on Breeze.
Lots of boys.
Brings me back to the whole fucking Vivo Keyed game.
Jet Boys, there we go. I keep. Yeah. I was already right the first time. I kind of screwed myself over.
Because it's not that far away from where it was. It was like here, wasn't it? Like up on the back, there's like a panel that you could put it on.
There, but anyways,
just sort of like brings me back.
Doesn't even hit him at all, so that's gonna give him a lot of information here.
Yeah, we never fully recovered from it.
He doesn't need to tag anybody.
The Cypher stuff is on A. Camera gets spotted. Trap gets spotted. All broken. Recon is in a good time where it gets a lot of pings. But I think this is something that, again, like I'm noticing more on like Silver players. The big thing about playing Silver on this map is just timing of utility. That's why Leo can get so much done on it when he was on Guild, and probably the same for Fnatic. Is just that if he can recon out these positions in the right spot, it doesn't need to be a crazy complicated lineup. But if you time it right, it can have so much impact. The problem here, however, is he's used it at a good time that catches all of full sense, but nobody else from Talon is really in a position to punish this. Like, Jit Boys has gone in on the inside. He's trying to fight here. So really, it's only Lenny that goes for that fight, and then Leviathan gets the kill, and he doesn't get traded.
So strong at contesting the distance there towards A. John Olsen also finding Governor, but Talon immediately at the back with two of their own. Make that four as Jit Boys is just finding the frags, finding
Jit Boys does really well this round.
But Leviathan,
They're just holding inside.
Quick reaction time though.
And I look at also where he dies too. Just out, wide open.
frags finding the intel. Talon.
And then I fight mid too, because there was some people there.
And look at this one. Jet Boys just gets the dub.
Again, and even especially from the Thai scene, in full sense, they need to be very wary right now because it does feel like they're confident after those first picks towards A. It's still that retake potential in the.
Anything that they have in particular? They have Seekers.
If they aren't flushed out of the sites. In any case, though,
Very passive on A. They haven't put the Viper wall down.
that spike towards B this time around, and it's Governor.
Which I guess is kind of interesting. I'm not that much of a fan of that.
Looking to hold op still in hand.
I did out of KO.
Sense.
Because, like, doing that wall for a retake is good. But you're already kind of playing on the site that you're playing safest on. Like, if they go B, kill everybody here, and then you try and retake with a wall, it kind of gives away your position for one. But, yeah, I'm just curious on... Because you'd hold onto the wall because, okay, if they're going B, I can run over there and play a retake wall. But you're not really playing retake on B anyway, because there's 3 people here ready to fight. You're not going to play 3 people here and then, yep, go on, let yourself in.
Blade gives out the position of the Governor's at the back of the site, so they might not want to fight against this, especially when the smoke.
So in that sense, I don't know why I'd save the wall for like a rotational bit of utility.
Targets just yet. Oh my gosh, that smoke just came out in the nick of time before both of the Jets actually spotted each other visually.
Now you could just do that OG wall of just a crosshair that goes across mid. So you got a bit of mid, you still got the wall on A, you got all of the Cypher utility.
But he's aware and he's quick to challenge and he's quick to punish.
Quick to win, he finds 2 already. Lenny on board as well. John also coming in closer to the corner, but Governor, here we go again. The shorty doesn't get the kill, sure. But John also.
It's a bit of an ego blade storm that he used too, wasn't it? Governor.
These 4 kills. Talon, they find those picks.
I mean, all
early.
Jets do it.
Stop full sense in their trap.
Again, like Governor position where his teammates.
Yeah, he
were,
just
okay, we're gonna
yeet it out. He'd got 2 kills on the operator. There was however many seconds left on the clock.
And that's gonna be that. It's simple, but it's not easy to do. Especially with
I don't know if that's me being a bit, like, again, unfair. He's up in mid, alone, gets a good kill. Gets fully flashed, is trying to back out as much as possible. Just gets blade stormed in the back of the head. Wait, what was the defensive, like, default here?
And that's gonna be that. It's simple, but it's not easy to do. Especially with all of the...
I could get... They got the KO now. But this, I mean... I don't like this. I understand the thought process, but I don't agree with it. Like, having a Viper in CT is good. Having a Cypher in CT is good. Because if they use K ultimate, then these trips and stuff still stay. You got these guys, which are in the normal positions. But if they just go for an A execute with the K ultimate, you're not really playing retake on A because you're fighting for this position too.
Again, you see full sets just throwing in that direction.
The Hunter's Fury gets used. They put a camera here too, which I think you can tag them at that rate. And then it's just an open site.
With a good punish at the very least. We've seen a bit more success from Governor.
Yeah,
the final few rounds of the first half.
It's a good Skydog.
Up to the rest of Talon.
Reclaiming this.
And rally back on the retake. Hunter's Fury gonna be the
Good ultimate. Jit Boy, like Jit Boys is really good at like fighting off of stuff. Like he's playing the right kind of like aggressive level. Recon's not great. They think he's a main.
Can he do so yet again in a 1v2? Man moving forward. Lenny gonna be right beside him. PTC trying to circumvent this.
Yeah, I don't really think they expected him to be on the site.
PTC takes it. Thank you very much. 1v1 now. A pop flash into play, but Ban, he gets halfway, but that's all he'll get. PTC, the C at the end stands for clutch.
Nice clutch.
And it's an 8-4 stand.
PT clutch, okay.
He's so smooth too. I mean, you kind of think that might have
Yeah, I mean that they're 8-4 up, so I think I'm being nitpicky.
bad flash from PTC, but Bad lost his nerve on that defuse. He had to swing out because PTC had enough distance and time to.
But I'm not sure what
stop the
Cruz
second
is
half of that
really
defuse,
doing.
As you would see here in the flank or in the replay, excuse me, there. PTC was just so prepared for it. Again, as he comes up in the corner, if Bad was trying to.
Also, no matter what, this is a cool event. You've got an audience. It's online. Bring this kind of shit more. It's a shame we just don't have it in EMEA. Like, Thai developing the scene more than we are right now. These kind of things.
Basically, last time.
Right, this goes to overtime, so this is where the first half kind of gets cancelled out and doesn't really look all that good. You think SMG has a chance versus G2 later? Also, hey, Eggplant Emperor from the Philippines. Yeah, Cruz's IGL. So I wonder what he was playing at in this round. I think that's tomorrow, isn't it? Because it's BBL versus who are they against?
Governor have just been performing for the team. 30 seconds.
It's not EDG, is it?
Like or something coming in from
I can't remember who the 8th team is in this tournament.
And it looks like they are going to be marching their way towards B.
But that's, yeah, like BBL playing later. BBL, I don't know what kind of BBL we're going to see. Like, they are phenomenal in EMEA. They were phenomenal in scrims.
Work needs to be done. This Talon proving it again that the defensive half is their strength here.
Oh, it's 3 best of 3s today? Oh, Christ.
At the beginning of the game, Lenny also, you have to be
Yeah, I'm not watching that live. That's what I didn't ask for permissions for Gamechangers because I really wasn't that keen on streaming those games. Not that late. I'd prefer to just do streams like this on the morning.
Proves it with 2 kills before he's felled. Jitboys though, a double of his own.
Alright, hold on, sorry. It's a good thing about being able to watch it this way is...
very wary of where he places Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, region locking has done more harm than good, but I don't know if it's how much of the difference of like revenue and sponsors and actually having the TOs to do stuff has been to allow for regional sponsorships.
They got clutch a while ago.
But something needs to change. I just don't know what. Because it's not as if we're like fully flooded with a lot of like third-party events that are all region locked. We're still getting fewer than everybody else, it feels like. It's really a shame. Crossfire Cup was cool. That's really all we've had. We've seen more EMEA teams playing other regions for the off-season than we have here. Which kind of sucks. But it's also kind of why I'm interested in events like this and Pacific teams at least, because at least it suits the time zone a bit more. Talon are attacking, okay. Just good shots from PTC. PTC, has he been on full sense all of this time? Him and John Olsen have just been on the squad for like 2 years, maybe 3 years now. 2 and a bit years. Because Full Sense made Berlin champions because they won LCQ. And that's the only time we've seen him at an international event. Well, we've seen X10. We saw a good amount of Xerxia.
To finish off the job and get this pistol round.
That's just a smooth from PTC. I mean,
So just weird
yeah,
fights.
he was again tapping wildly, but still converts the 2 kills. Really reduces the offense that Talon was trying to do as they tried to burst out.
Ban is
from
2 and
elbow.
9 as well. Like,
Try to go for some kind of
maybe it's
mid-play,
just him getting
try to
used to
cut
this
through
role more than
elbow,
anything.
just didn't
But
work.
it's still sad.
So Talon now. They barely have anything.
Okay, knife for
But
close.
moving
Gets
forward.
all of these people.
Tries
I
to
mean,
play
good
it.
angle for Leviathan to be on.
Governor a little bit there. Spray down isn't enough.
I mean,
Get the pick to begin
Eco
with.
still gets a plant and everybody gets off the
Talon
site.
now, back to
Ooh, and
cover.
a nice little idea from the
Oh,
trip as well from
excellent.
Jit Boys.
And Jitboys from afar hits a stellar
Next time basically
flash
became
break
Xerxia
shot.
and Talent.
Full
Yeah, pretty
sense.
much.
Still having to be wary. John Olsen though.
I think Thailand as a region is just cursed.
Not Cruz. Double door is still a danger zone here for Full Sense. Talon trying to come on in, but Full Sense to be wary. Far hits
So they
a
get the
stellar
first
flash
kill with a
break
nice
shot.
little like trip,
Full Sense still having to be
and then
wary.
just the
John
rest of it
Olsen, though,
is
cleaning up the dirt a
fairly
little bit.
clean. Does some damage.
Cruz, double door is still a danger zone here for Full Sense. Talon trying to come
Bit
on in.
optimistic, I
Full
think, to
Sense
go for the
shuts
flank.
door on them.
But yeah, it's Nico.
Right? some
What else can you say?
ability or just like a internet one, it does get a lot frustrating to kind of deal
All right.
with that. And we've seen
Bonus for
struggle
full
for it.
sense. What is the
Really getting
plan
corralled around
for
by Talon.
Talon? They flash elbow.
Talon now. They're gonna have to
They
buy
even
some
recon
lead.
top
John
mid as well,
also,
which
though,
forces him off the angle.
Marshall still breaks the camera, has a dash on the way, shoot to the oncoming.
That's the only argument I could see with having Sky in that spot. Dealt with really nicely. Jip Boys is actually just farming him duelist-wise.
After all those kills for past few rounds, a quick neural theft now to assess the situation. They know Sushi Boys is all alone here.
Governor's
on the
dashing
side of
in.
Cyber cages, keeping him alive, yes.
Oh, oops. Fucking just skipped into the future.
All
Alright, Jip Boys finds that space on elbow.
To get that kill again. On down, PPC though. Not a good sign here for full
Not quite flawless, but like great round. Fight for mid really well. Jip Boys winning all of the duels that he needed. Pretty good timing on like the B split as well. These players weren't too far ahead of these ones. And they get the plant and only lose one player against the bonus.
Your favorite movie is Zootopia.
No, it's technically How to Train Your Dragon, but Zootopia's pretty good too. Alright, anyways.
Those choices, what do they say about you, my friend?
I love animation. That's all you need to know.
Why are we talking about Zootopia? Please.
I love
Cast us, please.
Corner Peaks. Leviathan, oh my god. He's so near Governor here on the corner right now.
Oh, the flash doesn't quite
actually
get.
hits. Leviathan, he's gotta have to go back. There's no heal for him. Pretty much injured.
I mean, it didn't hit.
And then Leviathan, he's gotta have to corner right now. The flash actually hits. Leviathan, he's gotta have to go back. There's no heal for him. The flash oh my god.
Wait, what actually
So near
happened?
Governor here on the
Oh no, he
corner
took
right
damage
now.
there.
The flash actually hits.
I got really confused with what the caster was saying then. Because it's like the flash hit and he took damage.
And then, of course, because of the
Jip Boys gets caught on the lurk.
that's gonna be a quick little
The spike is still heading towards B. So this is like a fake.
For the hit themselves, Governor sopped up just a little bit.
Sky flash for backside, does get onto Lenny. I mean, this is good for Governor. It's a shame that like ban's here. And it's also a shame that you're going towards the site where the Cypher is. But Lenny finds his way in. I don't think Cruz needs to be doing that. Everybody's... I'm so confused of what's going on. Because now they just go for the defuse because they know that this guy's still on A. I just want to like watch where everybody from Talon died there. Alright, so Governor dies here. Player dies here. Two players die here, but at different times. And one player dies here. So they're like, there's four players alive in a 4 versus 4. And I don't know what the best move for Talon Esports here was. It's like 3 different plans all happening at once. Like, I think Cruz can chill here no matter what. Because Lady's found a kill on site. You got these 2 players still fighting here. Like, you can catch rotations. I mean, that is a sick shot from Foxy for one. And he even headshots the Silver all the way from the B site. So yeah, peculiar round. Oh, and they actually call a timeout straight after that. So that's probably why.
redraw the steps that they're trying.
I'm trying to work out who fucking he's so animated.
Slowly but surely, they try to counter it out. So Talon needs to redraw the steps that they're trying to take.
Also, how
again,
old is he?
Counter it out.
I mean, he looks like the same fucking age as me at this point.
Slowly but surely, they try to counter it out.
Yeah, this is basically Talon versus old Talon. The rematch as well. They'd already fought each other. What did I want to check? Okay, who's in the grey jacket?
It's just getting a lot more.
He looks so scared.
It's just getting a lot more broadcasted to the wrestling that groove.
So yes, sir.
But he's still having out full center initial positions.
Getting more difficult to breach through by Talon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very brave for Talon to play this tournament, but full credit for them for actually doing it.
Boys, he might actually be caught out here. Very quickly, the push out from PTC.
All right,
catches
Jip
Jet
Boy's on the lurk has
guard.
been caught there twice
That's what
now.
Full Sense was looking for.
I mean, it's the F&S
Now,
position, isn't it, really?
four
Just
players
elbow
that
in there,
might just have to
camming in
cut their
elbow.
losses and just smack straight into a site, which they are looking to do with the 4 players.
And also, Full
already
Sends are also not using their
over
Viper
gaming.
Wall off the rip
The
on
execute
defense.
very likely here from Talon, but look at Full Sense immediately in position. Foxy by stairs contest. Courtesy of Jit Boys.
Thoughts on the new DFM roster?
PTC.
Can't be worse than it was last time.
Play as well as Trailblazer now, allowing Talon that modicum of Jit Boys just whiz by. Still Foxy by stairs,
Sorry, I just want to...
With the 4
but look at the shot just whiz by. Still
Because I think the key to this map is mid.
courtesy of Jit Boys
I hope they prove you wrong.
from Sushi Boys.
Well, you hope that they're worse this year than last year. That's what you're aiming for. Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, I don't... Score-wise, I don't think it's physically possible to do worse than lose every game. A 0 and 12, would it be?
But it doesn't matter because through the wall, PTC anticipating that push.
Like, them working with Crazy Raccoon is good too, though.
Talon's now just earned here through solo on the HP. John Olsen able to mow him down. Governor's the only one still standing.
Right, they didn't plant the spike.
To work with. If push comes to
30
shove,
seconds left.
Full Sense. They might be able to go for the overrun, but instead, they keep should
pull any.
I mean, they just took a timeout. It sort of looked kind of similar.
just getting
Maybe comms were just a little bit chaotic.
positions, getting caught out unaware.
Does it help when PTC is just doing stuff like that?
They just
Um,
cover. It needs
on
to
the
be
Nico
perhaps
now.
pressure. Not enough here for Talon in terms of cover. It
Why
needs
is
to
their
perhaps
buy
pull
like
back
this?
to allow them that safe entry. Right now,
Have
Full
they
Sense,
all
one away
bought?
from
Oh, it's
finding
hard to tell
themselves.
without the
Dark
UI.
play, Foxy,
Well,
it's
Governor's got an
yeah,
operator on
those
attack.
immediately Talons around mid.
No peek out to the smoke. No aggressive Full Sense just yet. Dart was, as you mentioned, used to tag a couple of the players of Talon here.
Probably the biggest
Foxy
dog there.
immediately goes the other
I wonder
direction.
if part of it is
Can't
that
see, though, at least from
now
the-
Crazy Raccoon lose their chance to be a partner team in the future. Unless that, like, by the time that the re-signing of partner teams comes around, and DFM drop out and Crazy Raccoon, like, they kind of just switch places or switch
Because
brands.
of the players right now. Ooh, canceling his drone there, so they might not know that PTT
But yeah, I
is
don't know.
right
I would have thought
beside
Zeta would be
HQ.
like
In
the
any case,
biggest
they are
dog.
covering their bases a whole lot here, especially with John Olsen holding this boosted angle. He should be able to spot anybody coming through B main as well as Nest. It's a little bit risky, but Talon
Some really big ogs
like
at
the team
least.
to try to risk that control, especially with them from the looks of it having just the pistols.
So why do they have an operator and a sheriff on
John
this
Olsen
round?
does get pushed. He can
Is you can't
Can they afford next?
cover. It needs
So he's buying an op now. He could buy next, but he might have to half armor. And then he could just Blade Storm.
to be perhaps one away from tying things up mid.
I'm so
tag a couple-
so
Right?
confused.
Then hold a bit risky, but Talon doesn't look like the team to.
Maybe this is one of those things that I need to
control,
not
especially
look
with
at
them
too
from the looks
much.
of it having just the pistols.
Yeah, well, they have the trip into the walled area. Still, the operator threat as Governor is looking to peek into B. A split likely now here from Talon
30
as they
seconds
put
left.
pressure from the tunnel as well. Trailblazer spotted out the Sushi Boys. Lenny again.
I can't work out why that would be the case. Van finds an opening, that's good. Good double peek. So there's like better synergy there overall from Talon. And somehow this round has worked out for them. On this fucking ass backward buy.
And with that being said, Governor gets 3. Talon make it the double digits.
Man was heated up.
It was just Crazy Raccoon had to
He had
scat
to
around
use his
in
teammates
Akihabara.
to easier for the securing a site. They're flushing out everybody, and they're still getting that net positive trade in terms of
Did you meet
kills.
Mitch and Tom when you were there,
Or to
Sido?
clear angles and maybe even break util.
Oh no, they
Then
weren't
get
at
the-
Tokyo
get
that
the
event.
kills. But you know what? It
I
still
was getting
works
confused because they
because
were at
so much
Tokyo
information
at this
off of
one.
Just a little bit of that.
Alright, they catch Lenny, who's just in A main on their own watching.
Off of just a little bit of that. John
Just
Olsen,
caught with his
though,
trousers down.
finds one straight from A main. So Talon, once again, gotta have to start going for this push. Start
I mean, this is a good reaction. This is a good call.
Is there, so maybe Juicy Boys can get something.
Okay, how have they managed that? Wait, how have they managed that?
Start corralling themselves towards B. Cypher Util is there, so maybe Juicy Boys can get some.
Because they got pinged by something. Did they get caught by the trip? Oh no, Cruz gets caught by the trip. Ban's pretty much across tunnel. And so they both just get killed.
Yeah, you want something, Foxy provides. 2 down to his hand, and immediately
Foxy
Full
Silver
Sense, a good
fucks,
chance make
to
this
be
round
fair.
work. John also with the op still in hand here.
Foxy.
Tried to play the
And
walls,
that's
not
a
the
bit of an
actual
ego fight, but that's
control,
fine.
Governor. So difficult
Boys gets one, gets traded out.
round work.
I mean, that's a really good reaction, I think, from Full Sense.
Start corralling themselves towards B. Cypher Util is there, so maybe Juicy Boys can get a push from A main. So just
But I also just don't like that Lenny has just died A main there.
task in front of
Like, if you're on your own, go careful.
it's not
That's all you can really ask
like,
for.
if you think about it, it's not really talent. Double kill. Oh,
Oh, we get...
Full Sense at the very beginning of that. How did they get double kill?
They both get pinged.
Full Sense at the
Just
very
in tunnel, and there's only so much that they could do. Cruz is just stuck, like, on the trip as well. And Ban is just trying to dodge it, but...
How the trip? I was talking about how
Like, the trip wasn't really a factor, it was just that they were running through tunnel that quickly, and then a really good ultimate from Foxy.
Again, they have to just keep
Some really good silver ults so far this game.
with the op, but it's a risk that they have to just keep taking. Like this one.
that Poison Cloud, even John Olsen, he does there still.
But they used the jet dash up.
Leviathan, also ready to get the catch as soon as possible towards main.
But it's a nice clear for Full Sense that we're fighting for mid.
Governor still trying to
3 people effectively watching these lines. Recon Dart easily broken.
Secret Service.
Good flash around this corner, but because it's a sky flash, it's easy to sort of look away from it. Foxy's still in a good spot. They can just drone out and get a bit of information. The operator's still aggressively facing from double doors.
Still in strong positions to keep Talon at bay.
The peek on mid from John Olsen once again. That could be something though. He popped a shot. Now they know where he is. They do activate the neural theft, so that exposes everybody on the map. What's gonna be the adaptation? They want
Right, so what's the call here at this point? Chip Boy's hoping to take a fight before the recon shows him. Ban gets Leviathan as he's peeking out.
Caught busy with the snake bite ban.
Yeah, again, this has been like a
Already for him in the round. The flash comes into
good
play too.
round start to finish from Talon.
Love intel towards Arches. Full Sense. Taking a little bit more time on the rotation here. Talon though, they still have so much wall control, and John Olsen knows he has to peer elsewhere if he wants to get a pick. He was able to get picked. John Olsen and look for the pull.
Wait.
Keeping themselves safe.
I bet this
Olsen
is
now
just
trying to check out
looking
what's going on.
kinda
The wall's
done.
up. Talon keeping themselves
Bladestorm
safe.
gets
Now
used
Full Sense hit the
from
button.
John
They
Olsen.
go for the blades and look for the
Ban
pull.
wins the
Foxy,
fight.
though,
Sushi Boys comes in.
backhand.
Neural
Sushi
thefts.
Boys
John
able
Olsen
to
cuts
pick
across.
John
2v2.
Olsen too, but
And then
time is
above
running
these
out
players
here.
are in A main.
Full Sense, it needs to be
Chip
John
Boys
Olsen
fights.
going for
Right,
here,
that's
but
fine.
again,
They use Neural Theft and Bladestorm against you in a 2v4 retake. And you still win it. That's fine. That's a good round from Talon.
Has really found with the fact that Intel and immediately assess the situation. There are 20 kills from the 2 I've mentioned already. 20 kills for John Olsen as well, but it's not enough for
So really the only thing that I've seen sort of wrong with Talon is just some rounds are a little
Oh, I
bit
see it, but
chaotic.
There's just so much sunlight in my room right now that
Um,
I'm having trouble
You're
seeing.
telling
and
me-
maybe just some like
You're telling me you live in
over-eagerness
Breeze,
to
right?
face
Well,
and
life's a
trade.
beach, and here's the party from Ban again. Leviathan, though, catching
Like
at
there,
the
just sort of
back,
spacing.
and it's Full Sense
Being
now
stuck
in
in that choke is
position.
always a
Real
nightmare.
fragment and snake bite combo.
One
Full
enemy
Sense
remaining.
making a death bit. The talent
PTC again just sprays for the smoke and manages to kill
You're telling
multiple.
me you live in Breeze, that's right. Well,
So the first kill is good.
life's a beach.
Governor just gets timinged here.
Here's the
Nobody is really facing. Ban is keen to
telling me
flash
you live in
again.
Breeze, that's right. Well, life's a beach, and here's the party from Ban again. Leviathan, though, catching at Governor. Snake bite's gonna be into play, and it's Full Sense now in position.
And then like the snake
Silver
bite
fragment and snake
fragment
bite
combo just kills
Full
everybody, and then
Sense making a
PTC's on
death
site.
hit. The talent for him and still has Talon down.
And then just a 1v4 that's looking to save. Never mind. We got a replay of this. Any of this?
But here on the main, and full sense can stall enough, then it
30
looks
seconds
very,
left.
very deadly. And the crossfire setup, it's always something that full sense.
Yeah, good
Go
crossfires.
for it again, Asarai. Double doors peak. Can John Olsen get anything here? The flash though into play. And he's still gonna try. He's still gonna attempt. But the tailwind's gonna round out of duration. And full sense need to hold here.
I mean, there's no
I
reason
feel like
to
all
try
of the
this,
regions will be more
especially if he
competitive.
knows that
Yeah, I don't
nobody
think there's been any
is
teams that have
going
like
around
made
here to
moves that
mid
made them
here,
worse. Other than maybe
it's very easy for John to
T1.
just hold that angle as long as somebody is
I
gonna
don't
be
think you could
working
say that Talon have
best
made
for him.
moves that have
But
made this team
nobody
worse.
is. The flash
Like, I feel more confident that this team could do better
they're
than
actually
last
doing
year's.
everything to flush out John Olsen. They know something's up.
But I think
Yeah,
that
just
last year's
make
team
sure
kind of
he
fucked themselves
leaves that
over.
area. Governor
They
throwing
looked
it
good
in
on
there.
paper,
The
but they never
cyber
really
team
lived up to any
just further
expectation.
damage though done on Sushi Boys. He's now completely blinded. And Talon, here we go again. That stinger is looking deadly. Vandal in the hands of
Yeah,
Governor
I think this
now.
team
And
just
they make it
kind of
actually
just
work
panics too
really well,
much.
but it's not done as of yet
Like
here.
4v4.
3-4. Full sense.
And so where does Governor die there for one?
Yet here.
He's right in between. Like, it's such an aggressive hold.
Full sense. Going for the shot yet again. John Olsen catching out
They get
Governor.
banned by
Firepower
double doors. Wait,
below.
where did Ban go?
Full sense.
Ban just sort of peeks out on his own.
John Olsen catching out Governor.
Nobody else is doing anything or using anything. Then he gets one.
Beautiful mow down though from Lenny. Catches out John
Should know that they're all
Olsen,
back
yes.
sight.
Playing the default right now. Double doors for his teammate. Leviathan
And then
low
another
HP,
last is double
and
doors.
No chance. We are tied up 11 to 11.
Man, that was a great intro there from Talon. Governor getting such a huge bit of chunk
People
of
fucking
damage
dancing on the merch
against
stand.
Sushi Boys, and then
Yeah, I
taking
feel
the
like
weapon, but still that does not matter against full sense. PTC with
you
the
can
rest.
sort of tell it's a pretty
Rummaging
newish
through.
team. Like, they have not been played together that long.
To Talon just basically releasing the entire zoo to
'Cause
flush
here they're in a
out
good
John's
spot.
position.
I think
They
just
still haven't really truly secured the site.
you just look at where the attackers die in some of those fights.
Form of
And again, very spread apart
full
in
sense.
positions they don't need to be in.
Resources managed somewhat well to get that intro, but the follow-up is just what was lacking.
Yeah, the budget's just not there for it.
Like, I think the key to attacking, at least on the A site, is just buying as much time as you possibly can. It doesn't matter if everybody dies if there's just no time to defuse. And you still had a Sova and a Viper still alive. So you had like lineups and shock darts and stuff.
Navigates well. Gets the tag with the camera. Jit Boys though, a beautiful headshot with a sounding effect. So at the very
I mean, like,
least,
early rounds and
on the
general
line now,
defaults are
Talon
good.
one side,
But as soon as it
behind the
gets
wall.
to like mid-round,
The other
late round,
playing towards the tunnel.
like, there's a low buy here for Talon, so there's not too much expectation. They've invested the Viper's Pit, but I'm still really worried that they're going to find a way to kind of like botch this.
Just a signature gun for Talon at this point, but it's 2v2. The wall drops, and Leviathan will fall in it.
Because again, these
All
players are
that for
kind
John
of
Olsen
separated.
now, as Talon
They can't trade off of each other, they can't crossfire. It's just kind of chaotic, but they win it anyway.
Not just with that
Like,
teammate,
it's
there was
a
another
double-edged
angle
sword,
that
I
we saw
suppose,
here.
of like, they're able to think on their feet,
Swing from Leviathan to secure
but you could
that
definitely see
round.
how that can
Right.
unravel, especially with their buy.
Situation
But they have a buy
for
here,
sense. Looking a little
and
bit
this
tired.
is
They
around
have
that they
some
obviously
rifles,
lose
but
because they
have
go to
shielded.
OT.
Talon realizing this, they start to pressure up onto mid. How close are they two together?
Alright, Ben goes down.
Flick the shot, but Governor's quick on the trade.
And Foxy here.
Together.
Like, here again, like, do we need to dash out like this?
Pressure up onto mid. How close are they two together?
Like, at this point, do we need to do anything? I think is what I'm wondering. Because we can just reset. Like, we know that
And Foxy here
the
so
rotations
much
from full
on
sets have been
back
fairly
capture
quick on this
on
one.
that point, but will we see another overtime here? Time to find out. Neural Theft though gets the intel. Jit Boys provide.
And a 3 versus 2, Sushi Boys gets one. PTC's coming through, just spray the default plant. Almost gets him. But then Lenny's peeking
PTC stands tall and proud.
to try and punish that.
Is left to
When you're at a
Cruz.
2 versus 2.
Mention it. Both low, both in danger.
Great flash.
Last play, the mow down
Smart
though
from
for
Cruz.
Beautiful free fire
The plant
angle.
isn't
Into the 1v1
ideal for him,
now. It's
and then
Captain Cruz
misses the
who
snake
will
bite.
fall As Sushi Boy stays alive for the rest of full sets. We go.
Yeah, I
to
think just
another
Talon just
overtime, and the crowd
have
loves it.
more of a chance to chill than they think they do. Everything is just so like, oh my god, let's go, 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 go. It's like, you don't need to.
To go a utility for that finish.
Day, another Talon Esports overtime. Making these games go long, that's for sure. Full sense though.
I mean, they're getting a lot of practice. They're getting a lot of reps in. That's for fucking sure with how many OTs they've had. Right, so they're defending now. They've got the Viper Wall and the Cypher stuff over towards A. Both players are on yellow, which I don't really like. Also, I'd prefer having the silver here, and then you could just fast rotate. Because playing the silver from these kind of positions is just way too good. Camera's going to get a lot of information. Is there any, like, follow-through, though? Skyflash? Not really.
I don't think they've ever broken this
Should expect that there's two on site at this point still. Nades come in on yellow, move these players back. Really good aggression. Really good clearance. Like, I like this patience from Talon. There doesn't need to be an overreaction. But of course, the full sense, like I said, like they have got two great agents alive to play lineups with. And they're able to just stick before the snake. The snake bag kind of misses, but they're able to just get it before they die anyway.
Don't even let go. Pros on fake. Full sense. Just give it up like that.
Switching sides. Match point.
And how could they? Right? What
I've only seen the one attack side, so take it with a grain of salt, but at least every time planted within the first minute. We'll look at it because we have a lot of OT rounds to go over. So maybe we can like actually specifically look at that. This isn't even really because I'm on plat chat later, so I wanted to watch this game anyway, and it's not really. I think we're discussing this tournament more on the sake of full sense because they're playing in the Africa tournament next week.
We're very nearing to
so I don't really need to be watching it on Talon's perspective, but I kind of was really interested considering how pissed off everybody seemed. I was really interested in like how this team is going to do.
Unsure if it actually spotted John Olsen.
Also, there's a video that Wahujin's done actually that has lineups from Cavern. There's a really nice recon dart that they used, which I think was from like down here. And a recon dart, I'll show you where it lands. Because one thing that you want, let me open up VALORANT actually. Like, the best recon I think that you could do generally on Breeze is probably one for mid. Consistently, especially for this space. It used to be that you do a recon here. It would stop people from, like, sort of pushing and fighting mid. But this was more when this was a little bit more open anyway. So you get a lot of recons that will sort of go onto here. They'll go onto here. They'll basically try and catch any attackers, or defenders even, trying to push up to jump on here. Like Hung Hung likes to do on the Neon, or even pushing as aggressively as this. So a recon here to make sure that no player can push out here, or that a player in has to stay in heaven the whole time, instead of sort of playing here and faster rotates. There's a recon that you can do that lands on the other side of this, like, stone block. It doesn't really clear the people elbow, but you should assume that there's people always there. But if they're on this side, they have to turn around to clear it. And I guess most importantly is if there is a defended silver, they can't break this recon that's used on the other side. So I thought that was kind of a cool one to show off. But I think the most common recon that was like over here initially. Just to force people to like clear it and to catch anybody that was trying to go through elbow quickly. But I digress.
Do that. Very difficult team to deal on their defense.
But like this one's really easy to clear for the Jet. But it's not easy to clear if you're in elbow or even on heaven.
I don't think it hit him.
But it's a bit of like misinformation, I suppose, because Talon now expect that there is some aggression towards B. So they're trying to go out A and they just get mincemeated.
There's like 4 players out here. PTC's got to be careful.
Skydog misses PTC. He manages to just dodge it. Governor peeks in before anybody can really help him or trade him, so he just gets caught out.
Dude, the movement on this man. He just avoids the Trailblazer bite, not just once, but twice. Like
Running rings around the dog.
In any case, full sense now. They get away with a free kill on the Governor because of that. Talon, they're now looking lost on what the real.
This is definitely selling the whole idea of like if Governor dies, the whole team goes into free fall. Like, this is just who's supposed to be calling? Like, what's the plan at this point? Because you've still got Jit Boys trying to push up on B, trying to find stuff. Cruz has moved over into mid, and the two initiators are still trying to fight in A main. There's 50 seconds left.
Yep, again, through the smoke finds the kill, and it just falls apart from Talon at the beginning.
Oh, this mid play.
Cruz tries to take the fight. Jit Boys tries to take a fight. And nobody's really playing that close together. And 1v4. Yeah, not long.
Dude was just board, clean
So 13-13. So I think there's a lot of defensive-sided wins, if I remember. There might just be that both these teams are just very defender-sided. Don't like to attack.
All three maps from every single series so far. Another overtime.
KO Knife gets a lot of information. There's 3 people on A. And they're still going. Good flash, good protection from Ban though. Governor's missing a lot of shots. So Ban and Cruz go down backside. It's just Governor here. Manages to somehow like he made like 500 decisions in like a second there, it felt like. He's everywhere.
Tip the skills in favor of Talon.
Yeah, good shot.
Decapitates it. And everything left Leviathan now. It's 1v3.
Yeah, good patience. I mean, Governor saved the day there for sure. This is a good shot, and then just waited. Like, that's what I want to see more of. Like, all 3 Talon players playing together, clearing the site. Slowly but surely.
Governor has had a strong start into the game. He's getting back.
Good flash fighting for that. Even get the first kill. Like, Governor attack op actually finds the opening. So here now you're in a 5 versus 4. You can slow this down a little bit. You don't need to go crazy fast. Did the KO Knife catch anything? Might have caught the Sky and the Jet. John Olsen's gone lurking. Is anybody really watching this? No, they've completely given it up. Timing is unlucky.
John Olsen gets spray down at the Jit Boys. Governor's still alive. Dashes forward.
At least Cruz clears it.
The Cruz is there to catch and collect. Still alive. Dashes forward towards Cannon. The Cruz is there.
The Ban's fighting mid just alone.
Catch and collect. Sushi Boys though has moved towards mid here. Asarai in full sense right now, using the map as much as possible to try and catch Talon. Leviathan knows something's up here. Governor though, the
They get Lenny, who is out, like he's out on sight on his. You've got the Viper that's like 5-10 seconds behind you. Why you? You got 30 seconds still. You have player advantage.
He slows down the pace of the spike because of that pick onto Lenny. It's 2v2.
And then telling that I'm going towards B.
Players for the round so far.
They're running back to B. Everything was actually set for that A push. Even the wall is quite crucial, but PTC catches, running, pushing, the clutch happening.
But just again, you look at all of the red X's on the mini map.
Clutch happening.
It's a real shame that it's going this way. But I mean, all of these mistakes are like understandable. But I just hope that it's something that can be fixed. I mean, it feels like that's the main thing overall.
Oh, he actually could get someone if he just held that angle on spawn at the beach. Coming through mid. Cloudburst gives a little.
Governor's actually peeking out. And Jit Boys actually gets one backside. Sky Flash mid. Governor's backing out very carefully. Just doesn't know if there's anything on A. So a lot of respect given here. The Boys is backside. They still have sight of the spike in tunnel. But this feels good. Talon, player advantage. They have control of the spike. Nobody's overreacting. Nobody's over peaking. Nobody's getting way too paranoid. It feels that every angle that they should be worried about is being watched and paid attention to. And then they get good timings there. And then if they go back to A, that's fine. You're in a 4 versus 2. You got the operator over here. Governor's playing it pretty passively.
Governor, he doesn't have that much to work with here.
He has a rough, like he's read that well.
Pops his head, and he is dead. Governor was just keeping an eye out as much as possible. Leviathan now with the spot, sure. With a 1v3 right in front of him.
I mean, that's a sick shot from Leviathan.
And he is dead. Governor.
Why?
Governor. He doesn't have that much to work with here.
Okay, so they know that the plant is close.
Is he gonna be in danger? Pops his head, and he is dead. Governor was just keeping an eye out as much as possible.
They're more watching this side because that's where it was planted and that's where it was pinged. It was a good shot on Ban. Just, he wanted to get more towards the spike because of the Viper's pit, and it just doesn't go well. But, I mean, yet again, like, I feel like early round stuff, the way that Talon were reacting on that round in particular was, like, really impressive. Like, they're really reacting to the kind of things. Okay, maybe there could be a gap here. People are watching it. People are timing how they peak. It's just on attack where it just sort of feels like if the plan goes slightly wrong, everything goes out the window.
By this point in time, full sense, they need to be very wary of peeking those long angles. Talon, they find themselves in a familiar scenario. They're back on
So they lose this tap round as well.
Governor holding a long angle this time towards window. They're just waiting to see if you can find the pick as early as possible. So, full sense, they're back to hanging back right now, and they have the numbers stacked up here towards B side Asarai. So, Talon needs to be very careful where they want to go. Sushi Boys, though, the setup toward A, yes, but he's all alone now.
Slot D4, anything. I mean, this again, it sort of feels like they've got the spike over towards A, and they're just what, a minute is almost passed. And they're strong-sided towards B.
Very quiet start of the round here. Buying as much time as possible. Ooh, Ban. He's been struggling. Yeah. For lack of a better term. PTC gets caught.
But like some of these fights that they're taking are like good there. To be able to like trade out a kill and make that work is good. But then you've got the players on A pushing into Cypher utility. Recon's good.
Boys does it even better. Full sense right now. This is
Cruz can't necessarily get the kill. But Foxy's still on site. All of these players are kind of like separated with defenders like amongst themselves. You can go for an Aldrin like this and ping because you've got a better spacing there. But I feel like every round we've seen from Talon, you look at the minimap where everybody's died, and it is quite literally one player is on one side of the map. Like CT, B main, 2 in A main. Alright, so these are the 2 rounds that Talon actually win. So defense side, this is all hunky-dory.
Cruz, he's been seen by the knife, and now he's gonna get hit by the fragment.
Taking so much damage, can get healed at least. They've had time to they have had time to practice their protocols, but haven't had enough time yet to get more used to each other and play on the fly more. Yeah, it's just general stuff of like, okay, where to play, what kind of utility to use on certain executes, and then just a distinct lack of reps. Especially because I think the teams like this, certainly last year, just played very fast and loose. I run in triple duelist and stuff like that. Just playing in that kind of style. But I think what would suit these guys a bit more is just a little bit more like mid-round. It seems a total mess. So it is just getting used to each other. Is this going to be the reason why it works? It's just that they go for a fast A execute, like a fast A split. I mean, yeah, just a sick, straightforward execute. Because look, like everybody's together. I mean, they line up for Sushi Boys there.
Ban.
But a nice off angle for ban.
Position to work with.
And that's all it required, you know?
Talon after such a
Just a nice
brutal
execute. Right, so that's one map. Looking at this series, what goes 15, 17, 13-2. They get battered on Haven. And then 13-8 on Lotus. Is there a better Haven? Oh, they lost 2-0 actually, yes. They lost on Bind in overtime and Lotus 13-9. So, is it better to watch the first time that these two teams played Haven? I don't know if that was even closer. 13-2 to beat Oasis given 13-4, and then 13-15 they lost in the first series that they played. Which one do we watch? Do we watch the one that's going to give us a bit more insight, or the one that might be funny because hard loss? And also depends on how much time, because it's 1 o'clock now, so I've got 3 hours. So that's more like 2 hours. I still haven't watched any Gamechangers. Might be calling it close on time, but yeah. Not sure what people might prefer. Ugh. I kind of tempted to come back to Haven and like, what goes wrong? Goes wrong for Governor, and it's mostly on the defensive side. So, fuck it. Let's have a look.
set up the pace.
Be a quick map anyway.
That's absolutely right. I haven't seen a testament to how, again, incredibly strong these players, these teams are.
Alright, defensive default, just pushing mid, takes a fight, loses. Is it because of the stun? What two people were out facing? Because the Omen was there. But the Breach gets stunned back. And then it's just the Omen on the other side of the wall. It might have been. So Governor tried to face more, maybe assuming that somebody was there with him. And just the way that they're fighting is just not ideal. The Cruise is so low. 4, 5v3. What kind of reaction? They just Aldron into C, then go for a C split, plant. Everybody's split up. Nobody's going together. I mean, eventually they group up. There's there's so little time now. The stun, I think there was a paranoia there as well. Yep. And yeah, they just died to the spike. Okay. They eventually had the right idea, it just took too long. Recon dart onto the corner. I mean, that's a good recon actually. Bit more of an annoying one to break.
In their previous outings, they do stacked up as 4 over onto the side of PTC and John All.
So they're just stacking 4 players over there. Is the side that they go to? Recon dart is again pretty good on the defense. Barely any damage done. They're gonna be flawless.
He's crouched down.
Yeah.
Shoulders.
Unlucky, I guess. You had all of the people there. Paranoia missed everybody. And then they just win the fights. Okay. Stun Paranoia combo to try and take C long. Good little set play. Your line bot goes off. Reaction from full senses to go fairly fast towards A. The rotation is pretty much already in. Aldron is good. Gets information on this. So far, Talon's reaction has been like solid here.
Everything as much as possible, and Lenny now peppering A along with utility. While this happens, Talon also
right call, I think, for full sense. They just reset and go back. Ban, you don't need to be fighting it like that. Like, you know that they're mid, you can deal with it. Aldron is used here. I think it gets a lot of information. Like, it goes up. might have just got the silver and the killjoy. It maybe got the omen as well.
This time around, they're gonna back on away slowly.
So they're going back because of that lurk mid.
Again, they've already
It's been watched by
a
Governor.
lot of utility at the very start here for Talon to go for that quick punish play. Didn't go the way that they were kind of hoping for. So if they get the catch onto Governor here, he has no way to get out of this.
He's fully pinged too. At least he's able to get one.
To convert the kill. That's going to be a 1-to-1. But this is going to be...
Yeah, full sense, they're just so good playing off the space that Sushi.
Alright, retakes.
Here comes the rolling thunder. PTC.
Good recon, but good ultimate. There's a PTC again that's playing the Brim. Brim Breach. Again, time's just getting low. Like, the space, like, the fundamentals here are good. But I'm concerned about time now.
So far, the boxes are no cover here for full sense. Foxy now from afar. The Guardian Dab's looking good. Leviathan gonna be around as well. But Lenny, he's just
Oh, he
caught that now.
didn't get it.
Full Sense.
Really nice stuff from Full Sense.
There. And Jid Boys, he's gonna be able to get to so far. The boxes are no cover here for full sense. Foxy now from afar. The Guardian Dab's looking good. Leviathan gonna be around as well. But Lenny,
The shock dart just
caught that now by full sense.
actually gets the kill on him. You could see with the camera.
So good at the fight.
I think there's maybe a point where, like, here.
The catch onto Governor at the very start here.
How long until I saw the Eldrun?
Full sense fending off the duel so far, but we're not done.
There's like 20 seconds of
Back on the way
just
slowly.
no information. More scared of mid than anything.
Again, they've already
Just because of the utility being cleared. And it's just way too static. It's just completely cut. 4 players away from Governor.
and a retake.
For them. Does bite it. John also the box is gonna be around 2.
Again, that's just a common thing for new teams too. It's just they get a little bit like stuck.
Just coming into Haven.
Because I think if you're getting pushed a lot on A, you want these players to like check mids, clear like B, even push down C, like get something. Especially when you start the round by clearing this space, you break the alarm bot, and then Governor just backs up all the way to here. So all of the space that you gain at the start of the round and how much pressure you can put over on C doesn't really amount to anything, despite you dedicating a good amount of utility to take it in the first place.
PTC though covering the short side. Lenny
They're all so low on long. Yeah, I mean, John stops spraying and he still gets the kill.
That last exactly fadeaway shot.
John Olsen is Bay.
Anyways, like you mentioned, 4 rounds. Yeah.
I was just thinking,
I just can't believe he's still on this roster after like 2 and a bit years, Tom.
just spray them down anyway.
Same with PTC.
Yeah.
Like, they've been on this team forever.
And John Olsen's one of those players that are veteran.
I just wanted to see how much like straight trolling fucking this team has been, like Talon.
One of those.
Because you look on Reddit, it's like they fucking committed war crimes with how people have reacted to them.
Okay.
Well, you lost their thought. You know what? Talon has lost the operator.
Yeah.
Governor.
I just saw that. Governor's getting shot as he tries to jump out.
I think it is worth adding too. I think for Full Sense, this is like their main pick and their strongest map.
PTC, John Olsen.
Which, actually, good point. Yeah, Full Sense actually picked Breeze in this one, and Talon picked Haven. So this was just a good map pull for Full Sense to use for the first 2 maps.
Some right now, John Olsen crossing, and even as he just runs on away, he's there. PTC, John Olsen. Always a duo to watch out for. Some right now, John Olsen crossing, and
Trades on either side, which is good. Maybe Jib Boys peeking like that wasn't needed that much, unless he had somebody else there, but...
Now effectively lurking here by mid after this.
And then they're just going to C, and even catch a rotate.
Now does the damage, but can't net the kill.
Right now, Talon doesn't seem better than last year. I think their best signing probably would be Frost as a coach. Like, I feel like that's the only thing that they have going for them. But I do also think that there is an element of, like, people think that, like, Governor's meant to come in and be this crazy EA-esque player off the rip. But he's still quite young. The whole team seems quite young, and so they're easy to develop.
It feels like there's that rhythm that's just not working here for Talon. And it's, again, you kind of see it, how they want to play, where they want to push. the problem is Full Sense is just
Yeah, on paper it doesn't seem like an upgrade,
there.
but
It's, again, just
you have to wonder, like,
for
trials and
the
stuff like that,
attack side,
how that's been.
but Talon is trying to disrupt that natural order, and it's kind of just blowing up in their face.
And it's the right thing for Talon to be doing, playing events like this. It's brave to basically feel like you're shunning the entirety of the region that you are representing in Pacific, and then play a Clash of Nations tournament against all of the other Tyogs that you took the place from, and even of players that used to be on this team. Yeah, somebody made a good point, actually. They said, like, if you didn't have Governor and you had Patty playing on the duelist, I don't think anybody would have had an issue with his squad if Patty was, like, fully healthy to play, which I kind of agree with. Like, it doesn't feel as egregious there, but he isn't. Yeah, I know he isn't. It's like an ideal world situation.
Case in point right now, shining example of the Full Sense playbook, and they're getting into A here.
That is
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is just a
get out of our sight.
hope that it works out better, but I mean, it doesn't feel like it has so far.
A nice call from Lenny, actually. Knows that's the corner that Full Sense can play from. And PTC.
Please tell me they don't lose this round.
Up down. That is
Like, 5v5. Execute. There's still 50 seconds on the clock. They haven't planted yet.
hey, that was a very quick lockdown.
Yeah, I don't like that lockdown at all. Like, if there's 30 seconds left on the time, that's good. Hunter's Fury used in that corner somehow only gets one player. But I mean, I think John Olsen is 1 HP. 5 HP. Close enough. They lost to a team with a player called Poom One Love, yeah. I mean, that's still on the to-do list on this one.
And this time around, it's going to be a smoke here from Full Sense. So, smoke out the window position to make sure heaven is covered.
I don't know anything about NXT though, but I don't really know that much about Thai Valorant. Because I felt like after I saw the triple duelist from Talon, I was out. I was just, no, I am removing anything to do with Talon from my brain. Don't give a fuck that they looked like decent at lock-in. Or they got to quarterfinals and lost to DRX, was it?
Smoke out the window position to make sure heaven is covered.
That was the worst map of the year. I don't even think I was there and I had a grey. I think I might have joined your stream, like, just after that.
Ready for the retake. John also though fighting for his life and fighting all alone.
I think I might have woken up to watch that game and then gone, nah, never mind.
So a single bullet
Fucking...
enough to slay him. Ban and Cruz, that's all they need to do by this point. The Paranoid though gets the connection. John also
it's just a waste of fucking time. Oh, they almost lined up. Maybe his name is the worst Euro in history. I mean, it feels like you can make a short list of them.
He only has 5 HP left, so a single bullet enough to slay him. Ban and waiting is there.
Comfort there. But you're absolutely right. That's why they wanted to use.
There's free duelist and Garnet wasn't playing. I just wonder what the fuck they were cooking.
Just push us up into the site. They activate the Killjoy lockdown, as you saw.
Like, I know Zeus gets a lot of credit for how long they've been in, like, he's been in the scene and stuff, but fucking, I think he went to a Chinese team. I can't remember which one, but he just had the fucking weirdest of timeouts. Like, just awful timeouts. Like 7-0 up in the lead, and he calls a timeout. Like, who would never? Like, why? What could you possibly feel the need to talk about?
Tried to call Talon's bluff, basically, right? And Talon was just like, this isn't the
like, he just views the game in a completely different way.
In any case, Full Sense.
Well, like, when you hear people like Mini say, like, oh yeah, he's usually respected, I'm like, motherfucker, is he? Did they win the 8th round? They might have done. But I also did think that the UI could have maybe been wrong. It had been wrong a couple of times. But I swear. I think if you had kept the same team and brought Frost in, I would have felt better about that.
If you've seen so far, They do love that tendency to re-engage.
Chip Boys on the Sentinel though has been good, other than like a couple of like ultimates, I suppose. His Cypher on Breeze was really nice. I enjoyed that. But yeah, they dedicate 3 ultimates that round. See execute with everybody playing completely offsite. Wait, why are they positioned like this? Why is the Omen on A and not C?
A possible clutch in a 2v1.
Yeah, full sense he tried to call Talon's bluff basically, right? And Talon was just like, this isn't a bluff, this is for real.
Why does he rotate A? Nothing. There was 2 people watching this, right?
Tried to call Talon's bluff
Getting a possible clutch in a 2v1.
Were they both just like missed it? Like one of them shock darted, one of them blade stormed. They brought the recon.
This is for real.
I know they have the Omen clear sewer, and then they all just stay.
That makes a lot more sense too, because they don't want to play against the Rolling Thunder.
So they got Rolling Thunder for a retake ultimate, but it's still like you don't really have anything garage even.
Let's go see.
He's on the window right now, and he's unaware of Foxy's
why is Chip Boys pushing garage on his own?
right now, just to make sure garage is clear here, and Talon, they're gonna unleash the power.
Like if you're playing retake, chill. John Olsen. Oh, Tom, are you going to the Gamechangers thing on Sunday? I know that if I go, it's going to be a fucking 3-0. That's my concern. I don't really want to get a hotel and stay over, because if it like I don't know how late the trains go back to Bristol.
Full sets on full swing. So that replay real quick.
Because I'd like to go. I'd like to see people.
Gets the conversion, which you can already see. This is deja vu all over again. Leviathan coming from C long, rotating all the way around to garage. Again, first to clear.
Yeah, also if you have people on A and you're rotating C, you could probably have them push C main.
Is such a monster when he plays into the garage, and you can see why Talon is happening while Foxy's the one.
Why are they so like
But while
on it? Like honestly, this team on attack wasn't really like defaulting much at all. They were so spread out. They're 4-1 defaulting on defense, but they can't do it on attack. I know that they're on an eco. Oh, no, not even on an eco.
Go again with full sense, trying to play forward mid. Beautiful shot though from Bam, but Leviathan
Good
again unexpected.
trades, I guess.
Prepared for another trade, and this leads to Talon having the advantage. They're ready with theirs, and they go towards A. The trade, beautiful shot.
They somehow started 4 on A and then ended with 2 of them off site.
For another trade, and this leads to Talon having the advantage. A chance still for full sense.
I guess Governor would rotate. No, I thought he'd go Heaven.
They're ready with theirs, and they go towards A.
They've already actually got.
They're Ultra in mid, but why does the Jet need to be there?
So much time to just use. Governor hears it. He's alone by himself. Ooh, since there is
Oh, gun upgrade. So they were on like some form of eco. But the Silver and the Killjoy didn't have guns. But the 2 people that pushed mid did. They paranoia across hell. There's a Rolling Thunder, Recon Dart.
It's very concerning. He also has the flashes available. Full sense already in position to catch anyone stunned on up. And speaking of, here we go.
Didn't get the Killjoy. So Chip Boy's just like looking for a fight, but he still just gets killed anyway.
John Olsen has been so good getting these double kills again and again. From that point on, the rest of full
hoping that they could get those frags quickly enough that ooh, even and the call of the timeout from Talon here. No, guys, we can't get that 7-1. You got to pull it back, you know.
Yeah, I don't have high expectations for this team.
I love your trans.
I'm. First of all, I'm wondering what you think of the new DFM roster. Like, it seems that some orgs have kind of made the right like direction. Like, I think Zeta have done it perfectly. Of just okay, we need to like upgrade, and actually having players sort of come through the scene and do it that way. But yeah, I'm sort of worried about Talon because it is just a weird mix that has to be built up. I think the thing that sells it for me really is that, like, I like Frost as a coach, and I think he's good at developing young players.
Yeah, I guess my point there was, it feels like for Talon, it was a bit of a blunder leaving A side wide open like that. And yeah, they got the advantage with the picks, but we've seen the default again from
I
Talon.
could probably say that'd be the case, but I'm not sure really.
We go for A, and they had the tools for it. They had that Rolling Thunder. They had the blades.
I don't think Talon make top 8 out of their region.
So just because of that small little bit of weakness, and that's been such a big success point for Full Sense right now.
And a big difference from what we saw from that first Haven time that these two have played together to the other one, I was about to say, was that the 1v1 between
But playing these kind of tournaments is the important thing. Yeah, bottom 2, bottom 3, I think I agree.
Straying away just a little bit. This is the important shot that could allow PTC to get into the site. Not gonna happen.
But would that have been better than what they had last stage?
Oh, it's from Talon.
I think if they kept the same team as they did last year, probably would be the worst.
They picked that one up, Sushi Boys.
Or like, it would be a real toilet bowl between them and DFM.
They check out window though, that's a big question. A double up now. Two angles being taken here by Full Sense. Leviathan gets his own.
17 with no 6-man. I mean, is they just dedicate with Garnets?
And Leviathan takes advantage of the situation. The corner perfect for Leviathan. And here we go yet again. The Aldrin though gets the tag. It's no one here but Lenny. Leviathan still sticking on around on the back, but
I don't know. I'm always a little bit,
is the true hero of Full Sense.
especially for off-season events. Remember how badly Foot did last year and how good they ended up being? Not saying that that we're gonna see this from Talon at all. Like, I'm not really sold in any stretch, but I'm just. I think for the problem that I have with some of these players, and like I guess the old Talon too, is there's a lot of bad habits that you have to rechange, restructure their DNA almost.
Oh no!
Yeah.
No! Not this time! Not this time, man! I have the spike. The dash forward again.
Live? No, this isn't live.
Continue to punish that. In any case, it's a 3v3, but still, I would have just out the 4 real quick if he made that work again.
How did Foot do a lock-in? Can't remember off the top of my head.
Cruz behind enemy lines.
I don't think they went majorly far.
And that's gonna be Cruz figuring out it's gonna be straight for A. Only question is long or short. He's repositioning. Trying to get a rile out of Full Sense here.
Arms looking kind of swell. Have you been working out? Lost to 100 thieves. Oh yeah, I think I remember.
Is that
Full best of 3, wasn't it?
approach things? Actually, I do like this because
One on Lotus.
Cruz actually could come through A long or A short, so they're just gonna triple up here as they push through spawn.
Yeah, they have the numbers and they also
Maybe
have
remembering
the
it
reach
wrong.
up on Heaven. They do want to clear out graffiti first and foremost. Full Sense
Oof.
angle whatsoever. Instead, Six Boys watching out for the
It was
lead.
definitely one of those
They're
games that I
They're one each. Talon Esports
probably
said that's
went to
right.
bed and
Good
didn't
assessment
watch.
from Cruz.
It was like 3 AM or
Able to
something.
clear out the site after the initial
I don't miss
utility.
those watch parties.
And he is like that only two.
Then something go early and Cruz sent over time.
I'm also just wondering, like,
Yeah, huge hurt.
why the team made these roster moves. Was this some sort of like fucking Carmen call situation where like management just went a bit too silly? Because yeah, I think the Talon were looking for a new coach for quite some time. Like, I knew some coaches in the last year that weren't on a team that were in talks with like Talon. So I think that they were like quite keen on getting some new life in at that point anyway.
Kind of step up. And you kind of see that, right? Ban has been struggling for the most part too.
2 new coaches signed players from their region. Yeah, but I don't think. I
Wins and duels.
feel like Frost came in last. Like maybe Boy did.
We do see that it's been assisting Talon pretty well, but when he needs to get that firefight, he just really struggles. And now, of course,
Because it's
Governor
Boy and
has
Frost
seen
on this
Spectrum.
roster.
So stellar on Breeze, but now in Haven, been a little bit quiet.
But I don't know how long
Go again.
Frost would have
And
been with
Jit
them.
Boys reads the situation well this time around. Folson's trying to dodge that utility. Jit Boy still on the side of John Olsen now. Gonna be such a problem in the back line. John Olsen has gotten 3. He's a machine and he clears them all.
It feels like
out
they've just
by
completely
lonesome.
gutted the whole thing.
And Talon now.
Which
Try
I
to fight
don't
one back. It's
really
2v2
blame him for that
being
much.
Governor
If
on
it's
one
just...
side, got Lenny on the other.
If it just feels
Job
fucked
there,
to that
Fox.
point where you have to
John
just
Olsen, and you
get
said
in other
absolutely,
players,
John Olsen, he's
that's
moving now away
fine.
from that contact point. He has a spike in hand and full send scramble towards A here.
This is perfect.
30
They're gonna
seconds
have
left.
Because you just don't know what like the
so
vibe
much
was
time
like or
for
anything like
John
that.
to plant it where, okay, so he's gonna plant it for default, and then he has an opportunity if he
Spike
wants
planted.
to go push.
I feel like this is just Talon being very...
The only
Governor gonna be in there and John Olsen flushed out of hell. Lenny with that
Because they're going
power
to
box,
lose
now
this,
the
right? Because they
1v2.
lose like 13-3.
Beauty.
Yeah, they're
As
just
well as they would like. Foxy, he gets the kill.
completely
Left here for Governor. The updraft though to scout things out. Foxy
lose
still
a...
in the corner. The shots are
I
going,
did.
and Foxy will bring Governor out.
They did get half. He didn't get half.
Foxy, he gets
So the
the kill.
casters are
First
going
IVT left for Governor.
crazy. I don't think he had it
will
anyway.
bring Governor down with him. It works out in full sense's
Last
favor,
round
and
in the
it's
half.
9-2 now.
to elevate opponent would have only long.
So 10 to HP boxes earlier on. And then, as I said, it's just that judgment call from Full Sense. That was enough. Talon Esports, they're going. But here comes Foxy! And that's just an absolute beauty!
Wait, sorry.
Going for the heavy push from the lobby. They will try and advance. John also gets the first, but here
Oh,
comes
man.
Foxy! And that's just an absolute beauty! 3 for him, and he opens up a possibility towards a side. He only has the sheriff in hand, and the odds.
You think John Olsen is legit? He's played on LAN and he was legit, so yeah.
Here for Talon. Right here, right now, this is Foxy's show.
Good duelist.
More
I just
for
wonder
Foxy,
why he's
and
not
an
gone anywhere else,
overwhelming
really.
scoreline courtesy of Full Sense to end the
Switching
first half.
sides.
Like he's been on
That was
Full
insane.
Sense for
Grab
God knows
box,
how long.
Spray down from Foxy. Look at that real quick. Crouches, starts moving, and just controls it beautifully. Right, so that's gonna end
Oh, what a mess.
halftime, guys.
Wasn't there some drama with someone leaking scrims on Facebook when trying for Talon? I don't remember.
It's been top forefront of that level, right? Is playground. Oh my god, I'm lost.
The only reason why I was really keen on watching this game is just because of how much people were going in on Talon.
But John Olsen has given no mercy to the opposition. Exactly that, that's right.
Like, I think Talon is wanted by the Thai government at this point.
Around minimum. He
Yeah, oh yeah,
clearly
that's Team
had
Secret.
the flag a while ago for a triple. He has 19 kills right now. And John Olsen, he just does John Olsen things when he's given the chance. This is a good shot for Full Sense to tie up the scoreline and force out a decider as per usual in this tournament. But Talon, big chance right now. Everything reset. They win this pistol. Talon, speaking of danger
Yeah.
though.
Everything... Oh,
That's
sorry.
right. That's where
Dash
it
comes
gets very
in.
dangerous
Jet
for
is
Talon.
back sight.
Danger
Nobody
though,
is
Governor
really in a position to
walking
trade
in.
off of them.
Sushi Boys
Cruz
almost
dies,
the
is
last
traded.
opposition, and
Van
then those kills
trades eventually and then gets traded himself. And everybody's so like spread apart. And Jit Boys is on a little bit of a lurk. They're just... What?
Okay.
Jit Boys gets the one, but so it's John also playing protector. Jit Boys, oh, he burns himself because of the damage done by the
I think even
opposition.
PTC was confused at what just happened there.
The spike sure he has pushed by the Queens. A good hit
Cursed.
Tough for Talon.
Oh,
Reliance,
no.
you're right. It's been very successful in this tournament so
Of course
far.
something like this happens.
Maybe not against Full Sense. We'll find out soon. Governor, though, moving forward. Okay, Jit Boys. He's still feeling it from that last round.
This got to be a foursome considering the score.
It's been very successful in this tournament so far. But maybe not against Full Sense. We'll
But
find
this
out
is
soon.
again just Governor going
Though, moving forward.
in.
Okay, Jit
But I
Boys.
don't know if it's just because they get the first kill. He just wants to up the tempo, but it's not even that he takes like some damage by going through pretty much all of the nanoswarm, but nobody is with him. Like, even Jit Boys can't get on an angle to help him if he's fighting here. So he just gets taken out, and there's like nothing even close to really shutting it down. And PTC was here the whole time, so people frantically start to get into a position to try and trade the kill on C, that they stop focusing on this, and it just allows PTC to just kind of intercept this.
Still able to peek from the smoke anyway, and here comes John Olsen. Full sense.
Point.
Two. It was like a lost cause of this for 4 of their players. Only Jit Boy, or excuse, Jit Boys. I keep separating it. Yeah. Only the man is there with like 13.
My friend, Boys is not a last name.
Like, as soon as there's...
They're not related?
If it's outside of just a general like execute and timing, it's enough to just throw Talon off. They're like, all of the things that they've practiced have kind of gone out the window, and they just turn into like aim dueling. So they tried to get a timing here. Governor just misses all of the shots. Because this is not like a bad idea, but then everything goes wrong. So Cruz, in an attempt to do something over here, like the Rico Dart doesn't clear this. They don't even smoke it off. He's running over towards here to help, and then doesn't check this at all. So PTC is backside, wins the fight on Ban that tries to peek it, and then they manage to get Governor anyway. Like, all of like the team play elements are just missing. So that's concerning. They do win on Lotus.
The only certainty in this series, guys, is as end of in the heads or Talon, you can see that some cracks are forming. And I mean, if you can use any advantage, you gotta, you know, keep.
What comp are they playing? Like more of the evil geniuses, Omen Sky one.
Has just been a monster of the tournaments, and that's why they were that first seed from Thai qualifiers, waiting now to see who will take this. And while Full Sense and Talon Esports are gonna get a bit of rest right after this series, it's still a bit different when you have NKT watching every move in this series. But that's a discussion for another hour. We got Full Sense now.
It's also a way to do it for a VOD this way. I almost prefer doing the actual just watch parties, because I feel like I'm harping less on particular things. See, this looked good, at least like on timing. The Skydog across, the Paranoia across the site, which gets both of them, the nade, the satchel in. Just good spacing across 3 players. I mean, they actually just, fight and trade that player out for the smoke. And does Jit Boys need to be there?
While he's lurking, but there's pressure now from the backside. Got the door being opened here by Governor. Sushi Boys also advancing from the staircase. Might be that contact point now. Governor sees Sushi there. He pings it. It's a Full Sense. We're gonna try to go for the double up instead. A turret though to provide a bit of cover. Nanoswarm 2 trying to keep Governor at bay. Cruz though advancing forward. Ban can hold as well. And Talon will take this part.
Alright.
John Olsen shattered Haven, but this one looks so much more convincing. There we go.
I feel like the server time-esque stuff from Talon is really good. Like, when it's a utility on an execute and the way that they like fight and like space themselves is good. It's just kind of when they have to improvise on the spot that everybody has different ideas. The Paranoia is a little bit high actually to catch the raise, so they get a little bit lucky to Governor bunny hopping right click classics John Olsen in the face, and Cruz wins a good fight on Leviathan, who's fully flashed.
There we go. That's the high impact plays we know about
better.
Pistol, but...
And not only that, Talon Esports, they look very comfortable on this map last time around. Players like Ban, players like Governor, this might be their chance, but John Olsen says no chance to Cruz whatsoever. What a shot by John.
All right, that's good.
Jit Boys though spam through the one-way, catching out PTC in response.
Usually this is where, like, from the looks of it, Talon get a little bit one-track minded.
John Olsen
if they lose somebody towards A, they just end up fighting and going A. So, you know, you've got to kill towards C, and you've not really put any more pressure over there. And a minute has passed. Oh, we're on a minute on the clock even.
Still can decide to go for that C site, which seems like they might actually try to do so.
Like, I think they came to the right decision. I don't like the C wall, but it is on an eco. Yeah, that's good from Jit Boys. He sort of opened up the site, everybody else can go. I mean, no wonder, like, it feels like Jit Boys kind of gets caught, like, on mid-lurks or doing aggressive stuff, because it feels that sometimes that's all that Talon had going on for them. Like, if Jit Boys doesn't get that kill on C, I'm pretty sure the rest of Talon would have just stayed on A main the whole time.
Especially PTC tried to secure putting in, I think the only
Yeah, good luck.
Like
Alright, they're doing, like, EDG pistol Viper wall. Good. Don't overcook it, Governor. Luckily that worked out. Because you don't have anybody else to help you there if you lose that. Alright, trade. Good.
After a few blunders there on Haven, Talon Esports are back in tip-top shape.
So they went to B, and now they're going to reset towards A.
This is another thing they love to do on this map. Make that noise.
I think I'd kind of prefer Governor to be over towards A with the others. Like, you had Jit Boy still alive that could have maybe sort of been that B lurk. But he's at least moved to a better spot. And then with Secret being broken, he could just go towards A. So yeah, this is good.
This team always surprises.
Paranoia was perfectly timed as well. Is it Cruz that's playing on the Omen now? Yeah. Good flashes. Sky Flash on A main. Odin Spray. I mean, somehow Foxy's managed to sneak past as he's reloading. Don't repeat that. They're on the double stack, and it's just so hard to break, even if they're on sheriffs.
They move their forces into B. Mound also a danger zone as Sushi Boys wants to contest for it. But watch out for Governor. He had such a good entry a while ago. Now against
this is fine. I like this from Talon.
I feel very confident in this bush. They open the doorway though.
Prodding and probing around the map. Don't really know where they are on ultimates because we don't have the UI. We don't have barracks. Don't like the seawall at all. I thought it might just be for the eco, but no. Stop it. It has kept 3 people over there.
What a fast, accurate man. Gets back into position. If you get another pick here, that is going to be...
There's 30 seconds now on the spike. 3 versus 5. You've given them 1 gun upgrade.
Only took like 3 players to be able to do it, but it might be.
They're heading towards A, where John Olsen still is. Leviathan whiffs a little bit. John Olsen is still just fighting him on his own. Eventually gets traded.
2 for 2. 14 seconds. We gotta have to plant now.
Okay, they get Sushi Boys. Really, really messy. Especially against an eco. Good eco from Full Sense. I also have to think about it from Full Sense's perspective because they are playing in the Africa tournament that nobody gets to watch because it's on the Africa website. But I play up against DRX. So maybe the expectations of Full Sense actually doing anything to DRX are pretty small. But there's at least like bits of promise for Full Sense. Individually, they seem to have their moments. I think them getting the old Talon players is an upgrade for them for sure. You got great experience like PTC, John Olsen, and then yeah, 2 great support players.
Here comes Governor now, and Governor just gets another one. This is his domain, and seems like Talon are expanding their reach past it. They get the plant now.
Managed to get out.
Full Sense are struggling to find an answer.
You got the lurk on B, which is nice. People playing first plant util.
short-sighted, blinded, it doesn't matter.
Oh my god, this is a fucking mess.
To circumvent the two players, but hold on. Damage is being done. Leviathan and Foxy hitting some shots. Jit Boys coming around the corner, unaware, unabashed, unafraid.
I think Jit Boys and Governor have been
Keep that pressure,
like decent.
the rounds flowing.
Jit Boys has been good, flat out.
That's
But
all I gotta say.
he didn't.
What
He isn't a
apparent
new
going
signing.
to keep Talon alive in that fight.
I
And
think Bang has been pretty quiet from the games that we've seen.
Lenny here pops the
Governor is
flag.
very like hot and cold on the duelist. But definitely just some periods where he just overcommits. I think that's just the best way to describe it. It's just overcommitting. Either on attack where he just dashes in and nobody else can help him, or he essentially just waits around and stays too long with an operator.
And in the aggression of the double satchel is a big problem for them at this point, and the follow-up that Talon does is so clean. They gotta disrupt that cleanliness. Careful, sorry, and then you're golden.
Yeah, sounds like they attack people with sand. That's right. But in any case, now
Alright, Sky Flash going out.
let's see if Full Sense does find.
At least this game doesn't go to OT.
It's been such a struggle for them, though.
That's
They're getting
the
overrun by
positive.
Governor and the rest of Talon. If they try to play the anchor, yet again they're getting out-rotated. If they still have a stabilizing point to play from, and the blast, it's read
Whoosh,
like
right.
a book by Talon yet again. Nice shot from Foxy though. He gets one of his own, but Lenny immediately will respond in kind. So a 4v2 as Full Sense are on a half buy with some of them. A few stingers here and there. Sure, a little bit of firepower, but it just doesn't matter. Talon already got the bulk of the opposition. They're moving at the seaside here, where you have PTC
Good flash,
approaching.
good information.
Another good flash comes into play from Talon Esports. They know exactly that there's presence here on the side, and Lenny
All right,
provides the kills
fair enough.
again.
I'm gonna
Talon
go
now
for a wee real
taking
quick because I've been
6.
sat here for 2 hours and I need to stretch my legs and have a big wee. So yeah, be right back. We'll be long. Okie dokie, we're back.
Oof. Nick,
Kind
let's
of
look at the
ass
replay.
blast for the rest of this.
Gonna be holding on C. PTC is now gonna be
6-0.
on B, but he's been on C for such a long time, so maybe this is actually a good thing that is in terms of the fight, and we haven't really seen that good from the Shadows flank.
You got Lockdown, you got Viper's Pit, you got
Worst thing to do
Seekers.
this round.
Struggles for many of them only with a single kill.
You are a minute
So
into the round and you've
have
just
the Seeker flank.
held defaults, and now all 5 of you are just outside of A main.
Only with a single kill. Foxy though, he's jump peeping, trying to see what's going on.
Because you got the Viper's Wall on C, it's just, you can't... At least it's keeping these players here.
Foxy, Talon though is still putting on the pressure.
So it is doing a good job. But you still have like 3 players have rotated already at this point for Full Sense. And you Viper's pitted into... again, this is one of those situations. I don't mind the mid-round call if you want to change it up. Like, it's spicy to do this. But you paranoia across heaven. You satchel in as the raise. You get 1 kill there. You're 32 HP at this point. And again, nobody's in a position to help you.
But this is just a ploy yet again. They move back into B as per usual. Leviathan though here by upper.
I full sense of trading kills, and Talon can.
Right now, position of power, a platform here to work with. Lockdown though, time elapsing. Lenny, let's try and fight. Lenny gets one of his
1v1, but the
own.
lockdown.
1v1 now, and John Olsen, all you can do is surrender. The knife is out from Jit Boys. The smiles around.
That was some with retake of full sense would be complete.
All right, good fight. Really good fights.
Talon's just winning right now, man.
Your 3 players over there. You've got the Viper lurking up towards C. Open C site. Everybody's rotating over there. Nice. First plant's good. Well, Governor dies whilst trying to plant. Lockdown's even going to be used by the Killjoy. Retake is happening, but they're actually resetting over towards B. They have to wait a second, though. Oh, they're actually good towards A. With 45 seconds. I mean, they really like these sort of like last-ditch turnaround moments.
But because of this, look at how far Cruz is up already into the flank. He will get spotted though, but at least he covered that the A side is gonna be. But
okay, 2 and 3, 1 in secret.
Foxy is burning a lot of time here. The double swing from Ban and teammate works out well.
And in a good position for Lenny to be in. He does reload. But I'm just worried that the other Sky could hear it. Sushi Boys fighting one. That's another. Alright, and you're in a 1v1 now with Sushi Boys.
And here we go. It's 1v1 time.
Oh, he just gets demolished.
Coming, and because of it, Full Sense will take their first round of the half.
Might have been.
I mean, time was low on that defuse.
Round of the half.
Does it actually show how long was left? Like 3 seconds, 2 seconds?
Just to check.
Nope. Oh, 3 seconds, so it wasn't that bad on time.
Boys deal that much impact.
Exactly, he won that 1v2 on site. This speaks volumes of how critical that moment was for Full Sense. Here comes Governor though, showstopper online and ready. Uses it to clear out B. No one though home to receive. So this is one parcel that will be returned to sender. Bando.
Ooh, ban.
Nice spot out, but Trailblazer pressure's on as Full Sense tries to pursue. The snake bite though is a big bother. Foxy has to take a wider angle, and he does make it the trade.
And they've planted on B now. And again, you've got people like fighting from behind. Lenny's in a position where people can't help him because of the Viper wall. Governor's going to get cleared. You went from a 5v4 to a 2v3 very quickly. Oh, was it 4v4 even? Like, player down there is no good, Governor down here is no good. You just kind of like fall over like a house of cards.
It has resulted in Full Sense getting a lot more cohesion and of course a lot more success in these rounds.
Yeah, Talon assumptions really once they get that site, it's a little bit dangerous in how they play. Bando bringing it versus John Olsen. And Ban has had a tough series so far. He has come online here in the third map though, here on Lotus. And he's ready yet again to go for contact. You still have Foxy though.
I've got your trail.
Alongside Leviathan, the Seekers will be able to sniff Foxy out immediately. PTC gets one of his own towards B.
Find the kills. They get the kill on alert though, so it sort of bounces out. Good Skydog. I mean, this... Lenny looked really unsure, and he's the fucking IGL, I'm pretty sure. No, he isn't. He's the one that I think he's talking to the most, though.
Alongside Leviathan, the Seekers will be able to sniff Foxy out immediately. PTC gets one of his own towards B, but the paranoia buys time now for Full Sense to try.
Yeah, if Cruz is IGLing, why is Frost talking to Lenny more like in timeouts? I don't think he is IGL though, because he he barely said anything whilst he's got the spike and running towards B.
Hold that thought here, Asarai. PTC looking to get in position. The flash didn't pop. Lenny is on spike duty. In Full Sense, they have an angle to work with, courtesy of Leviathan. Bando denies it. 3 for Ban.
Lenny.
Lenny gets his own, and then 3v1. PTC 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's a good post plant. That just felt like a pretty decent round, all things considered, from Talon. Like, there's marks of like a foundationally strong team, but I think they just panic too much.
Love to be confident in, and it's just not working the way that they expect. Talon is able to outmuscle them, especially with the entry potential. from Governor with ban also.
They've got a lot of space on A main.
In any case, though, got
Open
ban
the door,
playing
which is going to
over
scare
with
Sushi
full
Boys
sets
away.
are on an eco for most of them. And while
Ban's not
PTC
afraid of letting him
it's only a
full
deterrent
sense know that he's there.
solution. Foxy, on the other hand, he's all
Skydog in this spot is actually kind of nice.
Talon, they can
This is weird. But the Skydog's going to clear all of this. 50 seconds left.
It's on the table here for Talon. Full sense. They need to keep tabs of everything that's going on right now.
Ban, if he tries to cross this, Sushi Boys is aware. I mean, the
There's
Viper Pit
3
is
players on
down.
A, and they're just going to do the same run that they have been doing by just faking A to go B. And they got a Viper's Pit there too. Showstopper, you could just churn it out wherever. 20 seconds, they haven't planted the spike. It's so weird. Time. You can't go back. You got Talon. Oh, you lose Chip Boys. What am I seeing being cooked in front of me? It somehow works out. I mean, it was against an eco, but that still doesn't really explain how. Like, they used a Viper's Pit and then a lockdown.
Here comes the tap. Talon spamming it. Leviathan already low on the HP, and here comes it.
Here to stop. He's making it K back to back.
I don't think they'll care.
For full sense here. Very, very. How would you say this? Impending doom for full sense if they don't stop bleeding.
Yeah, he's been a bodyguard for Governor for so long already. Now he's the Punisher. Ban has just gotten half his kills alone from the past 2 rounds. And it's such a good sign to see for Talon, especially with all their guns online. Last-ditch effort though for full sense. Make it 3-9 at the very least. Talon though, been sublime with the rotation.
Attack up and Jip Boy.
The operator of all things now. So as it stands, PTC, he has it set up to hold close. Talon though waiting for a go signal elsewhere. Try to play for A. Try to play for B. Leviathan. I like the angle here for full sense, but
I think if they were really keen to do the A to B splits that they've been doing,
getting these first kills for the past series.
having the Viper wall on C, just like if they were doing the Viper wall on C and managing to lurk up there and just keep taking it, I'd be all for it. But really, it's not really been involved in the thing that they are consistently doing, and so it's just making their life like a little bit harder. Oh yeah, the very animated Frost coaching again. The music's not a bad to hear, but it's a very ESL thing to have. I don't know if Tom is still here, but I'll just VIP him. Give him a nice little shiny badge. I think I have a shiny badge on this stream, but that was a while ago. Times might have changed. I also heard kind of a lot of crazy stuff about China next year. Has anyone won any maps yet? For Talon? We're watching VODs from like a couple of games ago. A couple of days ago for Talon. Yeah, I didn't realize it's SMB. Horrible list. Some of the things mentioned in this list are complete blasphemy. It's not a fucking opinion piece, Christian. It's fucking like stats. I guess there's so much blasphemy when it's like, when were they founded? What a fucking donkey.
Full sense.
Did you watch SMG versus EG with the duelists? I did, yeah.
Deficit is no easy task.
What do I think of Lenny and Lemmy more?
It looks a whole lot more.
Oh, I didn't realize PTC went to made in Thailand and then came back.
Just been on point, but of course people are arguing.
And Hazer, hey SB. Sorry, I wasn't really paying that much attention to YouTube because
the first time.
was quite quiet.
Doubts in your mind, that's right.
I was sort of focused on this anyway.
I think for full sense,
Yeah, here, Talon won.
yes,
Talon win this map.
still are so
I think they win like
solid
13-8.
and immediately the paranoia ends of it. Full sense.
But Lenny and
All their eggs towards the B basket.
I think Lenny has his work cut out for him.
Sushi Boys is watching the flank. This is gonna be overwhelming numbers
Like he
coming
had
his way
some
from
experience, I
Red.
suppose, on Team
Drawn
Secret
by
last year,
Envy
but very, very
for
little.
the series
And if he
alone.
was that
Leviathan on the other hand,
instrumental to making Team Secret
still
good,
in
why did they let him go?
Wave, tries to go for a cheeky right click. Backs away now, but behind them, Lenny has the pinch possible.
And especially if like Ban is changing role to be more of a flex player, it's a very like awkward position on the team to be put in.
He needs to kill, and that's what he does. 3 for John Olsen as he is buying time for
Like you've got to be
PTC
really
also.
good at how you use
Speaking of,
utility and tech.
Quick transition, the push from full sense.
If your IGL is on like a coach position. Alright, John also just
Converts it. He was just out and
clears
won
this.
3 times in a row as well. Secure that pistol. Like I said, full sense, they need to get the thing started.
Is Full Sense Leviathan same as NA Leviathan? Is in like
full sense now, feeding
an
off that
American
energy.
player called
We've seen
Leviathan? I
this
don't think
many
so.
times when you play
I think
against
they're
full
a
sense
Thai
and John
player.
Olsen gets
Could be wrong
caught.
though.
The rest of the team will look to follow suit. Utter confidence now as I like Battlefield Orb. Lenny's
He is trying to wait in the corner here. Good timing.
oh
He's just right beside each
What?
other. He can get 2. He does. Look at the kill feed. John Olsen and PTC are down.
that is big from Lenny. Just a vandal above him. It's like one of those height requirements at the amusement park, but now fun in games might be over because Foxy has the position. Seeks out
Casters are funny.
a bit of a
I mean, to Talon, what's gonna be the play for?
I think Dax is casting this one, I'm pretty sure.
To go for that one-way
Or maybe Dax was casting the game later. To be fair, when it comes to like APAC events, I have these guys casting fucking every game.
Do that, plus put the Viper wall on Rubble, so they push back Talon even more. And now you
Fuck
can see
breaks, you're doing
how
the desk and
somewhat
casting for an
gone
8-hour day.
aggressive
Go, go,
Talon's
go.
positioning has been leaving a lot of gaps in the.
Also, this is a terrible idea for me to stream when I've got fucking
tendency of talent to
do
try
a
and play
however
those
long
other ways. So
podcast
there,
and talk
bit
then.
of cover.
So I feel like my voice is going a tiny bit. It's getting a little bit gravelly.
On the other hand, on their bonus now, they're moving
I also need
towards
to
A.
eat. What time are we on?
Lenny
2 o'clock. I got
shells thrown
2 hours,
into
and I
the
haven't
drop
watched.
zone. John
I did
Olsen
watch
has
some of the
to
Gamechangers
move,
games
give
yesterday.
him a chance to blast back in. But while this happens, this is full sense getting a free
Spike
plant so
planted.
far. Worrying signs for them just because of the flank possibility from Governor as well as Cruz. Foxy is already on it with the Guardian. The Waldo separating his vision. PT sees the one all alone by Rubble right now, and he has to play a very patient game. In the meantime, though, on the site already, we have Lenny trying to contest. Full sense, though, finding the picks anyway. Foxy has got the 2 in the back line, and PTC,
Okay.
patience.
I can understand how
Really, once again,
at least Full Sense come back into this one if they lose the pistol and then the bonus.
Answer every single time, but this time, passively waiting for that reaction to the stimuli of full sense, it's not going to work out for them. Now, John Olsen, he's got himself a showstopper. He can just, again, run into a site. Excuse me.
Yeah, dude. Full sense is just doing a good job.
For sure, I think that's going to be the main talking point of the episode.
Staying away
Especially because it wasn't meant to have been
to them when the gun buys are there.
done.
Now again, with an eco round here for Talon Esports, Full sense are just looking to see if Talon's gonna advance into them. That's what this turret is for. You also have Foxy. alongside
All of these
Leviathan,
pistols
but
pushing.
now Foxy
One, how are they going to do this? They're not. One peeks out and the others try to go to, but
because of that initial intel,
everybody chickens out.
Full sense.
They actually even dedicate a heal to bring the Omen back up to full health. And now they're stacking towards C. There's a smoke on A.
Beautiful flash gives the opening. The screen comes here from Talon Esports, and Governor being the distraction. Lenny will be the executor. John also though is still here, ready to play, ready to fight. Gets the 2 for his own. Also trying to sway Wilson pushing.
Why did they push out?
Sushi Boys is the one who has to go for the number fight right now. Effectively a 1v4. He has the rifle though. Beautiful flash gives the opening. The screen comes here from Talon Esports.
Alright. I would have thought if you're like going 4 on C that you could probably wait there. Maybe it's, you know, it was going to work out that way, but they had no idea.
With those picks, he has a showstopper now available. More tools of destruction here for Full Sense. Governor danger though onto the mount. John Olsen, he wants to go for it. And
Showstopper from CT.
letting it fly towards the halls. But Governor able to avoid it in time. And Governor, a bit of revenge right here, right now, getting that pick. A safe plant though here for Leviathan. We've seen how dangerous this has been for
I do wonder how many rounds the operators won for Governor and for Talon. Like, if he didn't have that, how good would they realistically be? Yeah, so they locked in 4 duelists because they thought that it was just a rehearsal, like ping test, and then they'd remake and turn off their monitors and stuff like that. But yeah, it turned out to be the real thing. From what I heard as well, SMG did ask to remake, but Riot said no. But from all of the interviews with the SMG players, they're like, oh, we made the mistake, it's fine. Like, they're not mad at Riot. Like, if Riot were like, oh, they're the rules.
So much utility being expended on C long. You saw the one-way smoke, you saw the boom bot.
But hopefully,
the Full Sense players.
There's something for Riot to do better next time. Like, whether it was poorly communicated or not, like, it's good credit for SMG as professionals to be like, it's on us. But it's easy to say that when you win that map. If they had lost it, would they be been a bit more like, it was an accident and we weren't allowed to change it? But credit to them for just being the bigger people, I guess, and just being like, yeah. Yeah, they made the mistake and then still fucked EG up. But I saw people saying like, oh, if they played their normal comp, they would have 13-0'd EG. It's like, well, no, because EG clearly looked like a team that, like, pay attention to what their opponent does. Like, they anti-strat a lot from the looks. So if EG would have done better up against the normal comp because they knew what they were playing up against and they knew what the game plan was. All of that was thrown out the window when you have a stand-in, so it's your first official with a new player. You're playing on LAN, which I think is probably the first LAN that some of these players have played. You play up against an underdog that locks in 4 duelists and wins the pistol and the bonus. Doesn't matter what the game plan is at that point, you're in free fall. I don't think it's viable in more pro play. But I do think it's an important thing to highlight for teams why certain defaults and certain comps are ran. Because there definitely feels, especially in Gamechangers, there are a lot of coaches that are like, oh, we need to play Killjoy and Haven. Why? Well, because what all of the other teams do. Yeah, but why? What makes Killjoy better than Cypher? It just is. And so there's like a lot of, I wouldn't say like bad actors and coaches, but there's a lot of people that their coaching style is to effectively copy what everybody else does and not fundamentally understand why the things are the way that they are. Why do you default the Viper and the Killjoy over on C on defensive lowers? Because it's just really good at just shutting down the whole of that choke. And you could also just have one player over there to sort of watch it, and then the Killjoy utility to help you out. And you could also put the Poison Cloud down on C, and then Viper Wall across B main, and then A.
He gave away his position to Jit Boys straight from that particular fight. Wow, so that's gonna be just a call of tactical timeout because that was.
And so, like in like VCT, if a team picked 3 duelists like Talon did, the RX know, okay, if we're running this comp and they're playing 3 duelists, what are they going to be? Well, they're going to be very aggressive. They're going to be trying to take fights and explode onto us, either at the start of the round or in retakes. Let's try and use that against them. Like, it's taking what you know about your comp and adjusting it to what the enemy team are running and doing.
What could have been a lot safer for Full Sense, what could have been them just saying, okay, you can't get.
But I don't blame it happening for Evil Geniuses. I don't think that is a mark on how poor they are as a team. I think it would happen to the majority of Gamechangers teams in that situation.
Super bad, to be honest. It's just more of.
I could see BBL getting completely caught out by that and falling apart too.
Clutch situations You don't really
Because
know what's
once you
gonna
lose the
happen.
pistol and the bonus, and you lose some of those rounds dominantly, and you could hear the audience cheering really hard for the other team because they've run 4 duelists and they're pounding you.
Already a big one.
Like, what do you say if you're Jovi in that timeout?
Really want to fight this.
Because you're frantically trying to work, like, do we focus on what they're doing? Do we focus on what we need to do? Do we just have a timeout and have 30 seconds of that timeout? Just breathe. So just chill, relax, sit back, take deep breaths, close your eyes, whatever, and do it that way.
Instead, they just make all that space. Ban on the other hand, looking to see where he can put that Viper spit up. Doesn't actually go for it as of yet. Snake bite into play.
Who's your favorite to win Gamechangers? I mean, I just think Shopify. There really isn't anything to lead me otherwise. I think G2 can definitely just pull it out like they usually do. And I think the BBL are very much a dark horse for this tournament.
Blinded there by Lenny, and TALON esports are pushing back yet again. 2 down here for full sets. John also trying
But
to
I
play
don't know why there's no unanimous. It's gonna be Shopify Rebellion to win this.
Leviathan, he's on the outskirts. They tried to force the mad position, but Talon yet again, great understanding of the site, great understanding of this defense, and now we see the
Round covers so much of.
Yeah, I BBL are either gonna overperform or underperform. No in between.
And even before they could just plant that spike in.
Not seen them play a LAN,
Talon, goodness, they are at that point.
but they are. BBL are a better team than G2. They've been playing so much better recently than G2 have. But it's just the experience that these guys have on LAN. Maybe the role changes help a lot with G2, to be fair.
that knocked down Talon esports to the lower bracket.
But I think that like the way that BBL have been playing is utterly crazy. But it was all online.
The last 3 rounds have been the most convincing we've seen from Talon. C retakes have been their bread and butter. Full sense now, aware of that move into A, and Lenny caught napping there. PTC with the opening. Cruz trying to just navigate onto the side. John Olsen does make a great work. Good boy still in position.
BBL overperform, win the whole thing.
And Full Sense get A now.
It'd be nice. It'd be really good for the scene. Considering that like Ascend have called it quits, we really only have G2 and BBL as like proper teams. More orgs are leaving GC than joining it.
Governor's coming around the corner here, has the operator.
And there's a lot of big orgs that wanted to come into Gamechangers that are being very hesitant about it now. Yeah, the typical sort of spiel of, oh, it's more of a case of when than if we join Gamechangers, and then nothing.
And Full Sense survive.
Someone was accused of cheating on BBL. Most likely Vanya.
Not giving up any control on Rubble this time. He didn't hear any double satchels. So he is willing.
Because the timings that Vanya has on stuff is absurdly good.
So right now,
I'm not accusing her of it. But it reminds me of like when Pora was here at the start of the scene. Like very early on in VALORANT's lifespan. Like the Vitality, like Ignition event, he was just finding good timings on everybody. And everyone was like, who is this guy? Like, how is he doing this?
Here we go again. The showstopper going to be into play. The Seeker so perfect to slow him down. Governor also catching out Leviathan. And this is a chance here for Talon. But Lenny, he decided to go for the Trailblazer. And he will die with it. John also finds him eventually.
This is the winning series round.
Cruz though. Take up the smokes. Good stun here from the sky. But Governor protecting his teammate. And Talon right now.
The fucking Newt stuff.
Chance to try and seal the deal already. Here comes Governor onto the site. PTC in danger. Cruz will find him. Foxy on board though. Foxy will fall.
Good retake.
All Talon now to the grand
All
final.
Talon now.
On Full Sense, and they win the series 2-1.
I mean, I do want to watch the NXT series, but considering Plotchat is in 2 hours, I need to be watching some good old Gamechangers. But I do also want to show off Augment, seeing as like we actually have these games put in. So I think there is a coach, probably G2, maybe one of the teams is putting in the games, unless Thingy doing it. So I can actually show you some pretty fucking nifty software on how to watch for this. So we could do it this way. So, and this is what I used for Odd One Out and all of the other teams I did anti-strats for. So you get to see some very expensive software that I get mates rates for because I get to shut off like this. So let's look at G2's defense on Sunset. We can actually see, we do it like this, where people are positioning. So this, on defense, is where Roxy is predominantly playing across the whole of a round. Mostly in market. We can even see where she's putting her trips. There's a heat map, mostly B main, usual across one in CT, sometimes over on A. Camera, usually, I think this is like a little window, isn't it? So you can see this side and that side. And then, yeah, if she's got a camera maybe up top here, makes sense where she stood around that. We get to see some cool stuff. You can even narrow it down to the first like 20 seconds. So Roxy is over here. Glance on the Omen. Probably mostly a main. If we just turn it off completely. This is burnt into the map a little bit too much. It's fucking everywhere. Okay. Yeah, switching sides. Yeah, pretty cool to see how they rotate and retake too, for sure. I think you could see the paranoia. Sometimes it's a little bit... No, not anymore. Used to, but I guess it was too buggy. Glance is sort of rotating around. Petra on the defense. Playing in market as well. Or actually playing up in B main and playing a bit closer. Player position percentage? What the fuck is that? That's new. Yeah, you got that. Mimi. Mostly on B. In alley. Can also see where sky flashes are going. Mostly here, sometimes there. Sky dog, mostly on this side. Sky is over towards this. And then Sarah on the Viper is sort of market top CT. We see where the wall is. Was there a Viper on TL side? There was. I think TL were mostly doing this wall. And so what? Sarah was doing like this mid wall mostly. We can also, replay mode, check. And you can just watch the game from this POV. And you just check all the rounds. You can also isolate them to be, okay, when is it a full buy for G2? So we could skip some of the pistols. Is there an eco round that they have on their defense? Just one, because Team Liquid win the pistol. How are they positioned? All on A, with a camera, with a wall. So you can get some pretty good information, and especially if you can get multiple rounds all grouped up together, or multiple games even on a map, you can get some really good information to work with. So it's pretty like good software. It's probably like the biggest way that I like look at this game, at least. I haven't really had a chance to use it in China because there's no API, so there's no way to attach the game to the VOD like you can here. Which is a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's like some pretty good software. You can like, wait, where is it? 4x speed, just watch it through quickly. Like in this round, they're pushing CT. They didn't actually have this up here, but they had the Viper watching across. This in alley. Pattern recognition, a whole lot easier than you would do normally. Because I'm maybe that's something that we could do with Talon. Just take all of their games and see sort of how they're playing certain situations. But yeah, I thought I'd show this and like on attack. All right, if we're looking at G2 on attack, how are they defaulting? Who we're looking at? Look at Roxy. All of these rounds, she is over towards B. Her camera is bottom mid. I think this is the little window as well to see across here. Yeah, mostly mid that she's got that. And then trips, one here. So you can learn this. You've got us over, shocked out this, and sort of open up the site a bit more on defense. Glance, mostly in sort of this space, leaning towards A. We can sort of go and fight mid a little bit more. Kind of more passive. Petra's mostly fighting mid in the first 15 seconds. We were mid at 20 seconds. And then Mimi. So it is just like more of a fighting for mid kind of team with a bit of a lean and more watching B. But you can also see we get all of the rounds and all of the players on G2 side at least on an A execute. They don't really go top mid at all. They're just going to go through alley naturally across here fight for CT a little bit more. You used to be able to do it on like post-plant positioning as well, but I don't think you can do that anymore, which is annoying. You can get... Alright. And then on B, more pressure towards mid. So if there's a bit more fighting here in mid, it usually means that they're going more towards like battle B. Because every time that they went A, granted they only went 3 times, there was no real pressure in mid throughout any of the round. But if they're like up here, it's most likely going to be B. Like, that's the kind of like information that I effectively get. You can make a lot of assumptions doing this, which can really bite you in the backside. However, I mean, for Gamechangers, it's not been too bad. But I also just try to give general stuff of just, okay, if you're being pushed mid in this situation, just be more careful on B. Like, maybe take B main. You want to try and fight for that space a bit more. Players on CT, you can rotate and prep for that a little bit. And yeah, kind of go from that position. But yeah, I missed a lot of these VODs because we were scrimming last night. So I had them on and I was kind of watching, but I also kind of wasn't. So we taken our general information on G2 on how they're playing this map. G2 are defending first. So what did we see? It was mostly like, sometimes the Cypher was over on A. It was either the Cypher or Omen. They would sort of switch places. They're more of a fight B main.
That's some good damage coming out here from Zera. And if you're G2 here, you've
Roxy, just had 1 trip and then 1 cage, and she wanted to put that trip close on. This is kind of a weird default, just because you can't actually put a trip down. But I like the reaction from G2. Like, the Sky dog to clear mid, and everybody else is like rotating. It's like a smoke. You got the Viper looking all the way towards A, which is going to pull out rotation. So maybe a bit of a panicked reaction from G2 to have 4 people rotate over like this. Especially when the Sky Dog got nothing in mid initially. And then Mimi's a bit lucky there, I think. If she's just slow walking with a classic peeking that, should have died. Good post-plant positions. We know that they lose this from just what we looked at. So 4v4 retake. Also, I do want to turn this up because I really want to hear podcast. Like, having Potter and Athena color cast is so good. They're both so low though. Vansili, very, very loud Vansili. Okay. So that's a pistol. Good effort, good idea, just sort of lost out the fight. And then yeah, there was a giga time tech pause.
Goes a long way, but looks like we're back in the game here.
All right, this was the only eco that G2 had. They had 4 people over towards A. And they're just pushing up. Not bad. I think they lose this, don't they? But they already get 1 kill. If they find them to plant on B, that's fine still. Good way of sort of seeing, okay, if they plant on B, where do they typically like to take? Are they going to like post plant from particular positions that we need to watch out for? 2 kills. Zera's also fighting. I mean, yeah, they actually had a really good eco here. Anything else that they get is just extra. Like, they've done enough to make this worthwhile. I don't think anybody was close to... Like, no ultimates are really close at all for this bonus.
It's a healthy buy. It's certainly a healthy buy coming into this one.
Are they... So Paranoia... So is it a Sky Flash and then a Paranoia from the Omen if they catch something here? Instead, this time they just smoke it, and then this is why fucking Glance is burnt into the map on a heat map. Because she's just jiggle peeking this all of the time. Which is, again, very exploitable if people look at the software, I guess.
So far, so good for me. Another one falls here. That's Bizarre from the hands of Mimi.
And this is also like a really difficult position for Sarah to be playing from, but he seems to be killing it.
On this mid side, so they have to pull back. And looks like they're working together back towards this A side where it's slightly weaker.
The camera's just looking across A site. You also have to play here. You're not only worried about this, but you're also worried about somebody like on this wall lurking across here. So free clearing mid, get into this spot is really nice. There you got two sort of playing for CT like this. Yeah, this is really nice. Like Sarah manages to keep an eye on this until these players get here. Now you've got two CT. Now you've got two towards whatever the fuck this is called. Free CT is a little bit extra, and they're all also stuck in that corner. Oh my god, Sarah still manages to get one.
This time the numbers are in favor of
Skyflash misses. I mean, Skyflash actually doesn't connect on there, which is kind of interesting.
That's going to delay that smoke against Glance. Poison Orb going up, trying to decay some
I mean, this is a good utility from Isa. Oh, Isa.
Now as it's ticking down and ticking down, Isa's just holding behind the smoke. One has to commit onto the fuse now as Isa has to move in.
Oh, she got half. Glance have it? I don't know if... Yeah, she does. Yeah, I remember watching this clip. Because you could just sort of tell if Vansili can't hear the in-game audio that well. That he's like, have they got time? He's, oh yeah, they're 6 seconds then, man. Because he can't quite hear the pings because of how loud it is there.
G2 setup. They had 2 members in that market. Again, that same crossfire that we saw.
That's a hell of a bonus.
Immediately win this round. That would have been so hard to recover from.
A heartbreaker.
It feels, I mean, if you're playing up against Team Liquid in your first game, replay observer, the QVS guys scrubbing the tracks in the background, that's what that annoying noise is.
Yeah, you can see Petra really wanted to find an opening with that dog, but wow!
So they actually fight 3 A main, and the Seekers too. Sorry, was there anything off the back of it? Skyflash doesn't actually get anything. So Skydog goes out. I mean, Petra just peeks out before anybody else can help her. But at least Glance and Mimi played up really nicely. Seekers is good. Did I see the spike? They would have seen it drop if they got the kill on the play that was holding it, so yeah. But there's a minute left. You're in a 4 versus 2. You don't need to hold on to it. Like, you've got utility all over the map. But again, this is what I really like about G2. Is just that their theory on how to take fights is so nice. Like, alright, we got loads of damage done. We don't need to fight in a really awkward position. We're just actually going to back off and give them a lot of free reign and just play this 4v2. Surely you will review SMG versus EG. Yeah. I did watch Lotus. And I don't think they changed much about their Lotus outside of their, like, who's playing what. So I want to talk about G2 because, like, I have experience with G2 girls and
to not be afraid to push out towards that A main. You see it right there.
We fucking beat them.
one for one while TL has a lower buy. But you were just talking about Roxy. They're really switching up the defensive positioning for this type of round.
They are.
But I also have like a huge amount. I think one of my favorite coaches is Carcass.
Petra's been opening picked on. Sure, this time
like, I think that he just gets it. I think some pros that go into coaching can be very like, oh, as a player, I would do it like this. But I think Carcass is very reasonable in how he approaches things.
G2's recovering by just playing a little bit more turtle up within the sites, giving that mid-side open and Glance is
at least that's traded. We've got CT. Roxy is just peeking out. Mimi's taking some good elbow control. Sarah kind of gets caught out. Ooh, a little bit close, a little bit awkward. Alright, this is now out in the open. Do I remember watching this round? I think I remember watching this round.
Yeah, only 15 seconds. She will be able to spike down both players. They both hear each other running right now. Daiki has a good idea.
Yeah, Daiki hears it because she's gone CT. It's again small things like that, like pot calling is simple and nice.
So she knows that Mimi's somewhere towards the front of the site, but Mimi wins it, and G2 comes in to take the lead.
That's a sky diff.
Like I do kind of feel like with the four duelists, the others from Plat Chat will talk about that more. I just wanted to like, well, I know G2. I know how they play.
Incredible race stats all year long. We'll see if she's able to really stamp her ground here and make her presence. This will be the first round that we see such a strong ultimate coming out on board from Team Liquid, and they absolutely have a good idea that G2 are not willing to give up this market area. Again, G2 have a double high-low, up and down crossfire in that area.
You've mentioned it, Potter. The amount of times that they were trying to push towards this A main but got punished. Now they're giving it up and want to play it more passively. Only one player in there. Yeah, they've swapped up with Cypher. That's such a good point because at this point, Cypher, Roxy is going to be tested for the first time this half. All 4 members coming out onto her site.
So they're getting Mimi towards B. So this is a 4v5 retake. Glance gets caught.
So aware, Daiki completely.
You know that they're not going to push out there because you still have the Cypher trips.
If you're G2, you got to start thinking about the save, but you're
Oh wow, good timing from Georgina.
Right now.
Just playing in the Viper smoke. Alright, Sarah literally in a rock and a hard place.
Taps onto the spike, walks out of the pit, and gets
in this beautiful the desk. You're really able to what a shot.
Beautifully done by Daiki. The dog getting information towards that front as Georgina getting 2 picks as they notice the aggressive push from G2 up towards that mid take. Ends up still doing some much more.
For team living, all the 3 members of G2 are very grouped. They've definitely gotten that sound cue now, so the spike being towards this A site.
Wait, I thought it was a replay for a second.
Solo as the IGL, you're really able to make a lot of creative misdirection plays. So we're
didn't show us an eco and augment, but yeah, I guess this is because it's more of a low buy. Same sort of thing though, like all players grouping up, stacking, pushing mid.
They notice the aggressive push from G2 up towards that mid.
Yeah, I mean,
still doing some much more damage.
Playing duelist on defense is hard at the best of times. It's the first time that she's done it with this team, so I'm still a little bit like, okay.
Pushing forward onto A, getting all this space. She's telling her teammates, hey, come back to me. I've got the Cypher free here. You can do now. So the spike
actually push the lurk up.
Jig is up.
Jig is definitely up, but thankfully here for G2, they do have the Omen TP. The From the Shadows to get information of hit, but
yeah, nobody's really checking these positions, but I don't think that's too much of an issue in this style.
Here for G2 to really go for that retake as Daiki.
Gain, not a gain. Beautiful stuff here for the big round here, Vans. This is going to be the big swing round of this her first half for both squads. Both squads are coming in.
Like again, like Potter's just nailing it. Like she's just like, okay, everything that's happened, this is the one to focus on. I love it when people do this.
Round number 8, and it's pressure once again, fighting towards the A main. Mimi first contact with the pit coming out on the other end. Beautiful.
Because you can't act like every single moment in a Valorant game is pivotal. But if you could set up around a particular, it's like when YouTube videos like get the hook right in the first 30 seconds and you could get them to watch like an hour-long podcast because of it, you know?
Setup coming out here for G2. Team Liquid are going to have to visit so many parts of this map to make anything work.
So they Viper's pit towards A. It's just a Viper over there. There's a lot of pressure onto Sarah that's like watching both sides to stop a lurk coming in. But it allows you to step more towards this. Viper's trip is good. Lance, just lots of trades on either side. And like Petra at least having a bit of an easier time now because she's got the operator and she's just playing towards B. Same setup. I mean, she barely showed herself last time, so why not? Because Roxy's changed up her Cypher setup. Oh no, they stacked on top of each other. They even got the kill. It was just as she fired it out. Oh.
Allowing now the continuous push towards that A site. The twofer can now potentially become a round win for Team Liquid as a rotate still too far away.
Yeah, and again, another high-low setup for Team Liquid. I mean, at this point, if you're G2, these retake protocols haven't been your friend this whole half yet. And Petra's
Nice double
showstopper
peek.
gets taken out here as well.
So hard when you're trying to retake the site with an operator in your hands on top of that to really try to get it set up for a showstopper. It's not going to happen. And you already see the two players.
But they 8-4 down G2.
And try to not allow G2
They were
to see those
down
weapons,
at the half, and then they just went on like a win streak all the way to 12, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but this is so good coming out from Team Liquid. The pressure is on, and they are wanting to checkmate for this half to go chase down those kills. No weaponry is going to come out on the board for G2 in the next round, and that's exactly what you need coming out. The calls like that.
It's a cool audience. Wow, they're really going ham on like the camera quality for the fans.
As
they should be. I mean, Bastarde looks like she's having a blast.
Timeout.
Like run from the roster. Des mentioned it as well. Sierra, but team that same close game.
And you know, this
is it tech? No, timeout. Oh, it's a shame that we don't have. We had caster cams of Carcass and stuff. Pretty sure it's right at the start.
Petra as well. I mean, they could have cooked up something in this round. Yeah,
so they call a timeout here.
Mimi's able to get Petra here in this round.
Same wall as before.
Yeah. Just form as well.
All right.
Get Petra here in this round. They haven't really. I like the adjustment.
I guess they want to fight for like A main a bit more, because really G2 Team Liquid, sorry, aren't really doing much mid. They were mostly sort of fighting towards A. Like everything that Team Liquid were doing towards mid was kind of dealt with, either by trips or just fighting CT. Here's a lot more steps. I mean, yeah, really good stuff from Zera.
Gets the information at the same time, allowing Team Liquid to add more pressure towards the market. Bucky now with the hat coming out.
I feel Roxy would take that from us.
Roxy trying to hold towards the market.
I think Pinkley is always always involved in these kind of things. Who's IGL for G2? It's Mimi now. Used to be Petra, but now Petra's on Duelist. It's Mimi. Ooh, okay. Roxy 1v1. She just peeks out.
Basara's too good, though. Basara's too good as she holds it down for Team Liquid.
That is steady.
Astada is such a cool name as well.
Is on control, and this pinches and hits here.
The silver lining for G2 though is that they still have this showstopper this time surrounded with weaponry, having a little bit more of that economy and positioning themselves where they
might have to order some food actually.
Main, but really,
my life isn't organized enough for this. I did start streaming a little bit later because I was quite tired. Now, I was very hesitant to stream because like, do I really want to do this? I really want to sit and spend my afternoon watching Talon.
Trade a little bit of util.
I should have done Talon on another day, but I'm glad that I did some. Might do more tomorrow.
A lot of pressure.
I might also just ask Frost a lot of stuff because I'm really curious. I fucking really rate Frost as a coach.
And now Team Liquid looking to fight back. Seekers, as you just got hurt here by Mimi throwing him out, but of course they hear the spike plan towards his B main.
Yeah, we'll see how
this Seekers is used 3v4, all pretty much coming from CT. Good. I do also like the Roxy went for that peak, just because they don't know that she's there. There's a lot of focus on the showstopper, that she can effectively sideswipe them. Yeah, really good retake. Really good round from Roxy too. Was this 7-5 or 6-all? I didn't think of 6-all. It could be.
This time around and trying to fight against that A main aggression.
There. Yeah, Petra in a very sweaty angle up top here. Oh, Bazer's so aware. Sheesh.
Can get the kill before traded, but it was super close.
And that's gonna force Petra to instantly fall back.
Hey, Get Deluxe. You're also mod. Congratulations.
You're really kind of seeing why Team Liquid chose.
Sorry, I'm late. Oh, don't be sorry. I'm just fucking streaming whenever now. No, China. My schedule has gone to whack. I wanted to watch this in prep for Plat Chat. I sort of watched it, but we were scrimming, so.
By Daiki calling for the rest of their team to pivot back towards the right side of the A side control. Close player is a flash now from Mimi. Being set up here just behind the safety boxes. Satchel's coming in, hit by a paranoia.
Josh, you're producing too, yeah. Oh, Mimi. Nice kills.
Comes in with 2 of her own, 3 into the round. round, and Roxy is now the last player standing. Spike is still down, but still plenty of time to work
Yeah,
with.
so
30 seconds
7-5
left
to
in the
score.
clock as she walks in
Oh,
for the first kill,
Daiki
but
just
Daiki's
left
right
it
there
for
the
enough
trade,
time.
and Team Liquid take
I'm
the
sure he
lead
has
in
it
the
though.
half.
Yeah, he'll be
Wow,
fine.
That was, I was rooting everything I had for Mimi to be able to get that.
I'm
first
really
kill.
tempted
Fans, if she
because
got
the
that first
last
kill-
plat chat I was on, or one of the first, yeah, one of the last plat chat I was on was like my first proper introduction to Kurt. And the guys were talking about Jaws and Avast playing Lego Indiana Jones. And within like 10 or 15 seconds, gameplay of them playing showed up on stream. And I was like, Kurt, how were you able to get that so quickly? Like, how did you have that on standby? Have you got that saved as like a preset that you can get to? So I'm kind of tempted to be like, seeing as you're producing Sideshow, I want to test how good you are in comparison to Kurt. Quickly get some gameplay of Avast and Jaws playing Indiana Jones, and I'm going to time you. See if you can do it faster than Kurt did. I don't want to derail the show too much.
Yeah, again, you guys spoke a little bit. Thank you very much.
Also, like, the desk is like having people like Baby Bay and stuff on it is good. Get the grabs, yeah. I just don't want to stress him out and like because he'll end up breaking the whole thing. Maybe GT fumbled some of these rounds, but really dig deep and saw the class winning. Let's see what the desks say actually about this.
Wanted Sunset to be played. Are you happy with our Huff?
I am very happy with it. Like, both teams were fighting, and we saw some really cool ideas, especially with Team Liquid just trying to run into G2 spawn like every other round. We're going to look at map 5 because it shows off perfect map fundamentals. G2, the majority of rounds, were all inning, overloading 3 players fighting for A main control, while their double stall was over on B. But TL recognized that mid is a weakness, so they can exploit up through that, and then also see this position where the chamber is down in tiles. It's so good to leave a player there late in a round on attack. When the defenders rotate lazily early through spawn, that is free pick central. And then so many times we actually saw
Free pick central.
take that deep CT position after they had made that split through mid. They actually take that spawn position, because if you give that up, it's actually really hard to play the post plant on the site. When the sky you could see from G2 side, Mimi was just falling back into elbow and not even playing on A.
Yeah, it's very unique. I haven't seen many teams actually take spawn that many times. Like, usually when you're doing these splits, especially towards the B site, you're actually taking the market area. But this,
I think probably one of the reasons why they were taking mid so much is because G2 don't have a fade or a silver. Like haunts up on the high ground, prowlers to clear it out. If they're heavy on either side, because you're going to play heavy on A main anyway with the Omen, like Paranoia and stuff, and then you have the Viper stuff over there too, and then you have the Cypher on B. It probably is the best bet, yeah.
something I wanted to point out, the head-to-head.
So I don't think the Sky is very good on this map.
Mimi is playing like an absolute god, a freak right now. Almost winning that at the end there.
Yeah.
That would have been insane. But you could tell, like, very clear strategic things from both the IGLs. They have the same brain almost.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're
Same
going to do for
brain.
the second half and send this back to your casters, Vansili and Potter.
This is what I missed. The problem I have when I do watch parties is I get so argumentative with the people on the desk. Somebody will say something, I'm like, I don't agree. Like, they can fucking respond. I'm just hurling shit at people. Like, nah, I don't think that. Yeah. And it was good to call out, like, yeah, like pushing this and fight for this more is, like, good, because it's... You could just tell that Sarah was overheating here. Like, there was so much that she had to do.
We're going to see a rinse and repeat, at least for map control, at least for G2's side. But right now, all 5 members are very grouped, and this is looking like an A exec through and through.
The beauty of a Cypher in your composition, pretty much one watching the flank is just utility. And
Yeah, I don't think you need the Sky. Would you?
And that dog is going to spot one in the back indeed. Bites it on.
It's a bite.
Within the site. It's a 1-for-1 at least, but the defense is still holding strong for Team Liquid.
Where did I? So they both just peaked at, like, certain times. Georgina still has a smoke. Lance doesn't have anything. Mimi has 2 flashes. Sky flashing and pushing CT is great. I love that. Great idea. Great call. Because I saw the 2 flashes and I'm like, I should actually use 2 of them.
And finally, G2 have a little bit more room to breathe and a potential opportunity to get this spike down.
I like this adjustment coming out for Team Liquid. If G2, depending on this timing, could be everything, but
Yeah,
yes,
I don't know if Sunset is enough of a map like Lotus where you can get away without playing flashes.
You mentioned it. They went right now, and it's beautiful for Team Liquid to start.
I also don't think you need Cypher and Viper.
Glance and Sarah are also quite low.
I think that might just be the China talking. Sarah in a 1v1.
The 1v1 now comes into contact. Spike is still planted in favor of G2.
Good wall.
Wall about to come. Play behind,
Nicely
but
done,
gets the
Sarah.
wall bang shot.
I mean, I thought she was going to fuck it there. I thought she was really going to, like, choke. So the fact that she does well is nice. Because I imagine it's her first, like, proper LAN that she's played.
And I like the mobility coming up for pick. Is at least coming through here for Team Liquid, but a beautiful exec for G2.
That's also beautiful for Sarah. She's mentioned how nervous she was. This is her first game changer on the big stage. Wins a big.
I will say, for like insight and for different opinions we usually hear, I think Anders has a fantastic watch party.
Shake your shoulders and warm up into it.
Like, I love Sluggy. I love Sideshow when they're on. But if I feel like I want to get a different take, I go for Anders. Because Anders is incredibly opinionated. And so I usually yell my opinions at him and see what he thinks. Because I was like, Silver on this map fucks. I actually love Silver on this map now. The more I see it, the more I'm into it. And he's just like, yeah. I got some ideas cooking. And I'm like, because sometimes I just feel like I just end up in arguments with people. And I'm like, not sure how I feel about my own opinion at the moment. So when I like come out with a hot take for Anders, and he's like, the other thing we were talking about, like, if Sky got taken out of the game, the whole argument of like people wouldn't go double controller Gecko, and I'm like, no, they would. They 100% would. Like, Gecko is weaker than Sky, sure, but if Sky was removed from the game that you actually couldn't play her anymore, people wouldn't instantly go back to double initiate. It does depend on the map, but double controller Viper, double controller Gecko is really good. And I was saying that to Anders, and he was like, oh no, 100%. All it takes is a couple of people to get behind Gecko, and his, like, people are just very entrenched in their way of thinking.
We'll see if G2 can have the same kind of success, or maybe even more success coming into their bonus in this one.
That bonus, I mean, it looks definitely a lot stronger than what Team Liquid had when they were playing the first half. This time, 3 Bulldogs.
All right, so this is the bonus. I remember watching from this point too. So G2 going a bit on a streak at the moment, don't they? They might lose the bonus, but... Oh, nice shots.
And that's a Sky on Sky death. B side open, a plant coming down as well for Mimi.
The Viper will actually keep it 2 over towards A is good. And then what? Yeah, Team Liquid are just going to save. Yeah, I think Anders hopefully finds his feet.
They want none of it. They've got to save their whatever they have left. And
I think the problem sometimes though is that you gotta be open-minded, I think, to be a coach. And I'm not saying that Anders isn't. I was thinking more like of other coaches and talking about some teams could be very, oh, we should play this because everybody else is playing it. You don't want to feel like you're boxed into what kind of strats and stuff that you can play just because the data supports it. Because there's so much context that's missed, but honestly, that's Anders' job. Like, he understands that more than most people. But I feel like that way of thinking for sure puts people off. Which I think is a shame. But I also think some of the criticism that comes to him are probably from, frankly, insecure coaches and people in the scene that don't have the way to get the information, so they diminish it. Anders isn't catching strays. If anything, I'm defending him. I'm just meaning, like, the problem I think with why he hasn't maybe found a job from some teams is teams just don't vibe with his way of thinking. And also, I
aggressive.
imagine
G2
Anders, because of that,
so
wants to be a
aware,
head
though.
coach and not an analyst.
It was a bit telegraphed,
Yep.
for sure, but good effort at least from Team Liquid, and Petra's not going to give up. She is chasing this kill down.
But I don't know if doing things in a way that, and I just don't know if the data way of Anders approaching a team works with some teams, you know? Like, the teams feel way too restricted in where they can play because they have, like, optimal options in the comps that they play.
To be able to plant the spike, you definitely want to have the showstopper online, but
That's what I'm really, like, curious about.
G2 calculated, baby.
Yep.
Petra's gonna have that showstopper online anyways, going into round 17 here.
Looks like G2 kind of knew that Daiki was like, hey, you're on my home turf here in Brazil. I'm gonna show
Like,
you
I
some
saw
love."
fucking what's-his-face, the guy that used to be on Fireflux that does all of the lineups. Like, making fun of Anders. Say, like, oh, because he, like, Anders was, like, at Champions reacting because Fnatic messed him up. And it's like, oh, when your team doesn't do the three-pronged triple stack fundamental instead of the A132 and just shit like that. And it's just like, shut the fuck up. Like, just because it doesn't resonate with you as a coach doesn't mean that what he says is ever invalid.
For sure.
He's not in Fireflux anymore? Yeah, I know that now, but I just couldn't remember his name. Like, I get that people will not mesh with his way of thinking, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong.
So there's an opportunity for her to do that again if they want to have her locked down towards this B main.
What's the quote? Be curious, not judgmental. Quite literally just that.
To again do that misdirection we were talking about and send
And that's the cool thing about Valorant as an esport, is that you can have some very deep war lateral tactics used in a video game. You can have the whole aggro mid-range control archetypes used in a game. Fucking Riot used that. Like, they knew about those kind of, like, archetypes and stuff. Because I was talking to Raikou about it. Because I mentioned, I didn't have it in the interview, I don't think. I have it somewhere, but I was talking to Raikou when we did he's one of the agent designers in Valorant. And I was talking to him about that. And he said, yeah, you know, something like Magic the Gathering has been around for that long. And I said, like, definitely check out Anders then, because he's got all of these theories. I think Anders would be really good on the Riot team, you know? Just working out some of those, like, data points in the tactical side. But can that be a bit too much sometimes? Because you've got that side of, like, the military-esque ideas. You've got, like, those CS fundamentals that existed for 20 years. And you've got the you're going to get shot in the face crowd. And the good thing about Valorant is you have all three of those sides of the game all working with or against each other. And it's like, whatever suits you as a team, whatever suits the map, whatever suits the situation.
Team Liquid are feeling pretty comfortable about this round still.
There's that showstopper as Bizarre's pushing up towards that B main.
That's why I like doing this job, because I'm not necessarily, I'm not data driven. I do my analysis and my augment, but I always eye test it to make sure.
TL couldn't hold back the aggressive push on the split.
And you gotta be open-minded.
And on top of that, the Seekers just came out from Mimi, and they know that she's definitely flanking at this point.
The problem with being open-minded is you sometimes come off as, like, unconfident.
I mean, if she's able to find one pick at least, you can believe she's going to go for this. But
Do you know about the EMEA GC Super Team next year that Minnie was hunting about you?
Melting down to that amount. I think that's going to secure the round.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? The EMEA GC Super Team next year that Minnie was hunting about me? Hinting about?
Forward position against a showstopper. That's what you kind of want to do.
Yeah, that's exactly
What's the
what
you
you want
part?
for sure. And I said it.
I mean, maybe Fnatic's put together a super
Pretty
team.
good in that position, but that one guy dog that we saw in the very
I just
beginning of the round
wouldn't think that
coming
they'd be
out of
doing it in
the
EMEA.
Teams
Granted,
weren't
though,
able
you've
to
got a lot of
get
free
that
agent
shit
teams.
at all. So you saw that when Bizarre came out and tried to find that duel.
But
that
I haven't
Bizarre
heard
was just-
anything.
it was just the crux for Team Liquid. So in that pinch, things just fell apart. But G2, that aggression, I don't think a single player on G2 let go of the W key that entire round once that execution came through. I mean,
It wouldn't surprise me if like Mini goes and does a Fnatic team for Gamechangers. Right, I'm making it so you can't have it. No, I don't think it's that. Because Team Liquid obviously have their Brazilian team. It wouldn't have to be EMEA. I just mean like that if Fnatic, you can't have a partner team in another league.
A lot of control.
Yeah, but it's different.
Oh, but that bit, that's a beautiful satchel. That actually just saved Bastarde's life there. You saw Petra wanted it.
They wanted to make the play for Team Liquid.
It depends if you're playing anything outside of it. I don't know. It's confusing.
It wasn't that same pressure towards the market. Let's stay back. They're pushing for it, but the spike just fell.
Did your team get any offers? They were talented from what I saw in the last two splits. Yeah, it's quiet at the moment just because it's the off season. But we have our team, made a couple of roster changes, and probably started practicing yesterday. I don't know how involved I'm going to be with it, realistically. I'm just doing some manager bits and pieces. But even then, I've not really been doing that much.
I mean, that mid-crunch, that mid-pressure coming out for Team Liquid, I love how decisive it was and how fast things started moving, but G2's position...
I haven't really been watching too much of this half.
I mean, sure,
but,
a lot of them caught that paranoia coming out from Georgina, so they were blind as hell, but because of where they
your team's doing, like, okay. I'm trying to think if there's nothing to share just yet.
In the middle of the map, so good fundamentals and good protocols coming out here.
We know a good amount about next year and what the format's looking like and how that's going to go. Might like impact some elements. A small ego boost having my rank stats be #1 for GC EMEA. What rank are you then? Because Jada was Radiant, so Jada was also rated super low. I blasted Leica for that one.
See the Viper right now, Issa, she's all alone.
Because I was like, why did NASA have better stats than we do?
Very active across mid.
And like we have more, did better across the year than some of the teams, so they have higher points. So it's just got to be for stage 3. It's like, no. Oh, no, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and it does seem like Team Liquid are going to go for a bit of a retake-y type scenario. Chamber looks like she wants to just take a shot, TP back away.
Do you agree that GC teams at the EMEA were far better improved this year compared to the past? Yeah, I think the more individual talent is showing up for sure. I think that not really having Guild playing at that top level hampers that a bit. JT have a comment of a nice stat graph tweet for looking at stats of Gamechangers players. Yeah, I saw. But I also said it was wrong.
And also Isa gets the second one, and Team Liquid finally answer back on the second half.
And what an
I was trying not to be biased, but I'm also like, fucking Jada's stats are unreal. Like, what? Something's missing there. It's the waiting, I guess. Because she was Radiant, and also we were top 4, and I think statistically outside of Thakusa maybe, she was statistically the best player. But I don't think Thakusa was ever... She wasn't Radiant this year.
Certainly making that post plant even more difficult than it needed to be if you're G2.
I want the fans to continue to tell me.
So basically, what did we learn and find out? If G2 put pressure in top mids, they go B. Took small win. Yeah. You don't want them to realize, oh, actually, yeah, this bit of information is wrong. And then you end up at the bottom. Yeah. Well, we were actually, like, working it out via augment. Like, so it's literally statistically, if they sort of cross this threshold, they're going B. Because if they go A, nothing. Zilch, nada. Go from there. Thanks, Ashiki. So nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, some good stuff. We can also do it on rounds that they've lost. So they do lose a lot in a row now. So the difference between winning and losing is mids, maybe? Mid, like, not much market. And yeah, I mean, that's such a very binary way of looking at it, but considering we're low on time.
Yeah, definitely a different pace for both squads coming into this
Individual
black
talent
side.
was very good, but may need to
Very
be
often we
built
saw
better
Daiki on
versions
the
of
side
teams.
Team Liquid alone, solo.
Yeah,
Mimi very
I
often
think a
has
lot of it
Max
is
in the squad
just
with her. We see that
confidence
G2,
as
they've
well.
inserted Petra
A lot of good players on
into
good
this mid, and they're
teams
waiting and hoping that Team
just
Liquid
being bad.
redress and re-clear
Let's be
mids so that
honest,
their Rays
because
can
they
just have
just
a
kind of
blast and have a
lose
field
that
day in middle.
confidence and they struggle to like fix stuff.
Very happy to
We
put
are
the
amongst that
context
list.
instead, starting with Bizarra
But
behind
I
the
think
button.
that
That
even though we didn't do as
as
well in stage 3 in comparison to stage 2,
That's very nice, actually, to slow
the
down
fact that we
four-player-
qualified
four-player push
third
that was coming out from G2.
out of the 8 teams in our group, when our group has G2, G2 and BBL, they had Falcons that very much overperformed. You had Na'Vi, you had Guild, you had Kiase, and like Desire. And we fucking came third. We probably should have come second.
So early on, finds an opening.
We actually just crumbled against Falcons. We were like 12-6 up on Fracture on the third map and we lost. That fucking sucked. And then we took a map off BBL, which nobody had done for a while.
Gets instantly denied by Glance, and Bizarra has to play a 2v1 with the op.
Maybe better support staff, lack of coaches. Yeah, maybe like a lack of experience of coaches.
That hurts my
Like if
soul
fucking
inside,
me
man.
and
I don't know how
Zampoyo
many
are going
coaches she
around
had left, but, I don't know if
doing
that's a
better
ranked
than
habit or if that's just a
coaches that
habit,
frankly
but
I never heard of.
certainly, in moments
bad
like
habit.
this, yeah, that
It's
that sucks.
it's a
That
tough
definitely
one.
sucks. Not a chance to even shoot your bullet back, but unlucky if your Team Liquid and a lot of moving pieces in that round as well, right, Vans? I mean, you saw Georgina immediately popping that Omen ult.
And it's also
placing
just
herself
like the
in
money
poison.
and all that kind of stuff.
They're
Like
fine.
some of the offers that I got on my end were because nobody wants an assistant coach in Gamechangers, they just want the one coach. So a lot of the time it's like we don't want you, or we're going to offer you a quarter of everybody else's offer. And it's like, great, thanks for valuing me.
So I think as a squad for Team Liquid, they got to kind of come together and set up their chamber to find those opening picks. Set up their chamber for
It's also kind of like another reason why I'm not super focused on doing team stuff at the moment. Just because it's like, I don't want to feel like... I want it to feel like if they get an offer for a team and they can't accept me, that is I can like let them take that offer, and I'm not going to get completely screwed over by it.
Bizarra's going to be able to have an opportunity, but she misses.
That will force G2 to hold that W.
And I don't want a head coach. There's too much stress, and I'm not experienced enough.
Paranoia misses Petro, but at least catches the opponent left, and Bizarra plays behind the boxes to get a second.
And I got to prove them wrong. Yeah.
HP, but still has support. Finally falls for Proxy, and there's the rest of the cavalry for Team Liquid as they fight back this round.
Thank you for the sub, Illumi.
You know, this is one of those
3
rounds
months.
where you
Thank
can
you.
clearly see a fade would come in real clutch there.
Yeah,
right?
team
Because
stuff
as
is
soon as it was initiators right when they need to.
some conversations that you have to have just end up
G2 still
super
comes
miserable.
this round over a lineup just to get the smoke up on middle. So potentially game plan now for G2 on the attack, defaulting a little bit more towards mid.
A lot of aggression for Team Liquid.
Guardian close range, Glance answers back, but there's Bastarda. Early 4 versus 2, make that even. 4 versus 1.
I mean, they just
Thankfully, Sarah has this spike
destroyed in mid.
feet.
I remember watching from
Gonna
this point.
potentially- or swing
This pick, so love that.
to this round, Guardian in the head towards chasing. That's information there on where Bizarra is at. Still committed for the B-side hit, A-side hit.
Yeah,
You in
this
Plaid chat today? Yeah.
Viper ultimate
Wait, has it been
comes out,
announced? I
play.
gotta go in like an hour. I need to order food. Do I order food? I'm ordering
This
food.
retake
Fuck
is
it.
gonna be so difficult for G2.
I'm just getting some...
Rather Team Liquid.
What do I order? I'm getting Nando's. Fuck it.
find a little bit of information in a flood retake, but you've
I don't. I'm interested in people doing like just bad practice, no idea, mind of improvement.
Yeah, they just
Yeah, I get that. It's tricky though, because sometimes you just overdo it. Two regular sides. I hate that I'm doing this on stream, but I gotta eat. Man's gotta eat. I should probably not get hot because I'm gonna be on fucking blackjack crying. My lips just puckered red. Just do that. Man, it's so expensive nowadays. Yeah, I'm on it. So I have about an hour, so I'm leaving this very late in the day. You know what? Because I'm kind of doing work stuff. I mean, yeah. All right, 20 to 35 minutes. I'm not going to watch the SMG game. I want to watch the Lotus game more. I know how this ends because I watched it. Lotus I'm more curious about because it was a lot more one-sided. 13-7, yeah. Really good defensive side. Comps. This is effectively the same as what they were running before, but just different roles. So I can talk about this a bit more because G2's Lotus was kind of like iffy in stage 2. We played them in our second game. We lost on Ascent. We beat them on Lotus, I think 13-7. And then they beat us on Fracture. And what other maps do we play against G2? We beat them on Fracture the second time and I beat them on Split. So I think they were expected us to pick Lotus. So I think one thing about G2's Lotus in particular is it was really iffy, but from scrims, because we scrimmed G2 a lot, they really nailed down their map pool. Like their fundamentals on this map got a lot better, a lot quicker. Because here we are, we beat them 13-6, sorry. And then they were playing a lot of Chamber at this point, so and then they moved over to playing Fade and then Sky. So they were still like adjusting as it went on. But it really was probably from about when did we properly start scrimming them again? I don't remember. Because they were playing a lot of Chamber, but I don't really remember the Chamber all that much. But I think especially the way that they were playing like around Roxy, like Roxy was Odin spraying a lot more.
So many times in their region.
They were just positioned really nicely to stop like executes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a lot better now. It didn't used to be. It used to be one of their weaker maps, but then they started winning against teams like BBL. Well, BBL were also kind of caca-poo-poo on Lotus, if I remember. We didn't really scrim them that much. But they beat BBL Queens. Did they beat Ascend at all? Because Ascend were always quite good at Lotus. I think Ascend might have been the best Lotus team. I would have said that we were the best Lotus team, but we lost to Rebels. We were 9-3 down at the half, and then it went to overtime, and then we just buckled. But our Lotus was pretty good.
I think they weren't able to find it though. You can see that Killjoy has her set up towards that A site.
What's it got to Nando's order? Butterfly chicken and boneless fries, and then just some chips and broccoli.
Once again for Team Liquid. Petra, low damage, forced with pain shells to fall back, alert moving forward, up from Sarah, but cannot.
Well, I did go to the gym today, so having a shitload of chicken is also not a bad shout. Like, it works its way out. But if I'm on plat chat and I'm just like, my lips are just red and puckering, you know that I ordered too strong, or I ate too fast. And if I have to just run out in the middle of a plat chat episode, it's because I'm about to shit myself.
But that's okay. Viper's gonna come in late as the 3 members of Team Liquid get contact first.
I think the maps changing helped out G2 a lot because their Fracture was exploitable. Their Split was iffy.
for Team Liquid for the retake. Roxy with the first contact. But
that's a good question now. You throw me off on this. I'm not even watching this game because I'm thinking about G2's map pool. Stage 3. Bind. They lost in overtime on Ascent. Haven. They got battered here. I remember this. Because they were running the Viper comp. And then they started permabanning Haven. Split. Some good wins. Some awkward losses. It's also kind of weird to see this team looking in the middle of it. So, like, I think their split was looking better as it went on, but they did change. After they lost to us, they did change to Omen instead of Astra. So I think what we did is we just kept getting past their utility because we were playing double duelist. So we were just like, just get in. You get past it, you're done. Hard pass done. Did you go for Perisalt on the chips? Yeah, of course. I'm not an animal. We didn't play them on Ascent, but their Ascent wins were pretty good. This was when Toki went nuclear. And NASA were actually just really good on this map. Like, they played Jet Phoenix, and they had some really nice ideas. Yeah, they played a lot of Fracture. They lost in overtime against Team Falcons. They got bad by us. And then they beat Team Anonymo in the losers bracket. I think they were down bad as well. Like, they were like... I think they were like 6-0 down, and then suddenly they were able to turn it around. And then Pearl. So it's like... For Lotus, it was good. It was better, at least. But I'd say it's a little bit untested. Like, they beat BBL Queens, but I think BBL Queens on Lotus were also pretty, like, rough. Like, Lotus here, they lost to us. We were the only team to beat them, actually, in Stage 2 on this map. And then they sort of beat everybody else. So... And that was with this comp, and then they changed that comp. And now they've changed roles. So, I think... Definitely it sort of feels like... The theory, at least for G2 on this map, was weak before. But I think it's one of the strongest now. I wouldn't say it's perfect. But, like, playing Lotus is hard. Playing Lotus on the defense is really hard, especially.
The lurk plays that you could do potentially for the Astra on the attack, but of course Sarah on this Viper.
I thought they overall had a better map pool than BBL.
Do the same thing, but that will allow that burn.
The problem with that is you can look at BBL's map pool and VLR, and you might have a lot of like 6-1s, 7-1s, 5-2s. Like, yeah, like the map record for BBL is a lot cleaner. But that's because BBL were just going through periods of destroying everybody. Like, nobody had a close game ever against BBL, it felt like. They dropped like 2 maps in groups in Stage 2. They dropped 0 maps in Stage 2's groups. And they dropped 1 map in Stage 1 within groups. The couple of maps that they lost were big games. Like against G2 in Grand Finals. Getting eliminated by Foot in Stage 2. So the map record looks better for BBL. But on good maps for them, they can really like falter and lose in the big matchups. So I think looking at the stats for BBL, for like map record, is a little bit misleading because, yeah, they can play up against one team and absolutely destroy them in a group stage game. But in an elimination bracket game at Gamechangers, if they have to rematch them, they might just get demolished because they just fall apart and panic. I think the way that you beat BBL is you give them 0 respect, you play super fast into them, and you just trade better than they do.
Couldn't really get that tight smoke, but thankfully at least you have weapons to work with this time around. Bonus round for Team Liquid, and with that bonus round,
the way that BBL play is kind of like EDG play in China. That's the best example, where some teams give them so much respect that it just looks like BBL in this case would just get everything for free, win every duel, win every clutch. Why? Because the other team is just frankly scared of them. But if you're actually going with a bit of like full dick attitude, you're gonna like throw them off and make them make more mistakes.
Petra just kind of popping some shots and grabbing the orb, sending a lot of sound cues, a lot of misdirections to demand the defenders to make their move.
Like the way that G2's playing right now would struggle against BBL because BBL's like mid-rounding and like protocols are so embedded at this point. They're always going to rotate and find space and catch you out by surprise. It's hard to play slow against BBL, but it's also hard to play fast against BBL because they'll just out-aim you.
They popped up the Viper wand. They want to fight.
Paint shells out, no flashes, and Sarah's on the off angle. Beautiful with a hat trick with support from Petra to do a little bit more.
They should be away onto B, on A even. And then they're just playing 3 and 3.
But Mimi, she's controlling the map really well.
3 and 3 and then 1 and drop. Yeah, good round from Sarah.
On those objectives. So every team revolve your strats around.
I think Sarah looks a lot more comfortable in this series. Like it's a hard series for her to play, but she did look like a detriment at times for G2. Like here, it feels that she has like a little bit of like freedom and less pressure to sort of do what she needs to, because her aim's good, her mechanics are strong. Like she's a good player, but slinging her in to replace Mary. And like expecting the same out of her, just she's not that kind of player, I guess. So I think that like even on Sunset, she was just sort of allowed to play a bit more passively.
The rotates are going to come in so late here.
Snakebite to delay at least, to allow that rotate to happen. And as you're trying to get that lurk, that's beautiful by Daiki. So Sarah gets caught off, and that may be the solidified position for G2, pinned within the C site, but looking right after their utility to commit here for a plant. Oh, maybe not. They're falling back here.
Well, this Astra
Going back.
They are fully surrounded right now.
Oh.
I mean, they cleared Georgina, and Daiki with the lurk is really good.
Right back. Petra opens up C. We're all over the place.
I mean, this round kind of just turned into aim duels. Like, if Roxy loses one of the 2 aim fights that she has, round's done. Like, Petra might be able to find the timing here. Kind of lucky, because she was still sort of moving as Isa peeked around the corner.
Not forced to use the lockdown right away, nor Petra with the showstopper. That's going to be important within the next round, as Daiki is still looking to move in clutch in her position. Trying to clear out towards
like the different... I think Imi helped a lot. Just really nail down some of the really concerning red flags that G2 had. Like, because we were bad, I think, in stage 2 as a team. Like, we were naturally talented, but I think even in the later stages, we were not a fundamentally strong team. I think we had a lot of gaps.
Because this whole time, Team Liquid, they were pinching, they were flanking.
Not gonna lie, I thought G2 goes and would pick up the Kuza.
So many things going against G2, but Mimi, I gotta give her kudos in that moment as the IGO.
I think they're more likely to go for Toki.
Team Liquid though with Sheris and a Bulldog.
But also, I think actually having Petra on the duelist full time is fine. I think it's easier to find a more like fundamentally strong player than some crazy duelist. Because they're a dime a dozen. Oh fuck, I have to listen to myself. You did a great job. I fucking the first round, watching it back on Sunset, the clearly adjusted the levels, but you were so fucking loud. You're just there shouting. And also there was like a round where you couldn't tell how much time was on the defuse, which I imagine is because it was so fucking loud in there. You're like, do they have time? Oh, there's like 6 seconds. Yeah, they got plenty of time. Because you could have just hit a beep, 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 beep. Because it was so loud there. But yeah, you've done fantastically so far. Like, I've really enjoyed watching it. Oh yeah, and also congrats on the child. I haven't spoken to you since then. It's been a hot minute. You've been fucking traveling around Istanbul to Sao Paulo.
Committed to a showstopper. Really just wanting to secure the round, secure the positioning in, pushing all the way towards.
Also, another compliment I have to give, like you elevated Potter. Like you gave her the moments that she should be talking. She nailed them. Like I think because you have experience in the color cast, you sort of know when to give it, and so like There's been so many times where Potter says good stuff, but that wouldn't have happened if you didn't set her up to do it.
Back within the site, locked down to delay a little bit more, and there finally the backstab comes across. Still works out for a couple of kills for Team Liquid. 2 shots with the
We need to
shares
keep an
from
eye on
2 players,
food.
being Bizarra and Iza, upgrading into weapons, pushing back against the spawn. Nice little retake attempt.
Yeah, but I don't
here,
think
though. A
Vansili's
2
ever
versus 2
casted
attack
with
on the
Potter
spike,
before,
actually
though.
committed to halfway at least. There's that double swing in the end. They counted that 3.5 for that double swing for G2.
Appreciate the gas. Yeah. Are you casting with her like throughout the event, or are they moving people around?
It makes the game just
Oh yeah, of course it was last
to
year.
watch and to play when you're able to actually visualize and see that sort of teamwork coming through in the server.
Oh, is he with
It's
Rivington
exactly as you said,
for
there's that
Game
countdown
Changers?
coming through. And as that spike is being tapped, they just double peak. Beautiful stuff once again for G2, and it's got to come down to the calling. I mean, so many times on this Lotus right now, because they have all of C-Mount, because they have all of Rebel and Front.
Also, I have something to leak about G2, but I don't know if I do. I think I do because it was a while ago. So between stages 2 and 3, we used to scrim G2 a lot. Between stages 2 and 3, I asked Tibble and Kakas, like, hey, do you want to do, like... Because we usually did a lot of block scrims with them. And they were like, actually, we're not going to scrim any Game Changers teams at the moment because we're changing roles. So we were like, oh, shit, they're moving stuff around because, like, Mary had, like, properly quit at that point. And then when we saw them play, or after the couple of weeks ban that they had on other Game Changers teams, we scrimmed them, and they were playing the same roles as before. And so we were like, did they just hate us? Did they just, like, blacklist us for 2 weeks and just wanted an excuse? But it wouldn't surprise me if they tried out these roles initially and were like, it's promising, but we don't have the time to make it perfect. And because we have to at least make playoffs, like G2 couldn't really fuck about that much in stage 3. So I think they were like, let's just go back to what we were doing before. So there was an element of like between stages 2 and 3 where G2 were probably practicing this role change. So they had a little bit more time than people might give them credit for. But we never scrimmed them when Petra was on Duelist.
On those sites in the beginning.
That's the only leak I have. It's not that exciting. But I think with people saying like, oh, they've switched roles, they don't have that much time to work with. I think this has been the plan for a while.
I guess the tap was trying to see if Team Liquid wanted to do another one of those trap plays flash.
But it is just that G2 were very like, after Mary left, I think they were very keen to move the roles around.
Yeah, once again,
But they just didn't have that much time.
Kind of just playing the standard Viper alone 1-3-1.
Also, G2, if you, G2, Vansili, if you get another G2 game, you know, just there's a couple of like tidbits of information. I also feel like the map pool changes helped them out a lot. Like G2's Pearl was okay, but their Fracture like started to dip a little bit. Like they got very close to losing a series against Team Falcons. We did pretty well against them, and Anonymo that was a game where G2 actually upped the ante because if they lost this series, they probably wouldn't have gone to Sao Paulo. So they had to win this one. And so they did. But like Pearl was just very close games. A lot of teams sort of pushing them to the limit. The Lotus has always been good. Like on a fairly good win streak other than losing to Kase, who Toki again went nuclear. That's everybody's experience. BBL Queens and Scrims are crazy good. Give a shout out to Odd One Out. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of the other maps. Like the Split wasn't that long ago. Only played Nazar and Ascend. I think every game that G2 has, though, everybody brings their own game. Like G2 are just playing some fucking nameless plebs, and everybody else is like, we want to fucking beat G2, and they just, everybody's focused, everybody's respecting their opponents. BBL's favorites of the tournaments, I'm really worried that they're going to buckle. Like, I think that if I don't want to say BBL Queens are onliners, but it depends how today goes.
Mimi, she's just selling a fake.
Not coming into Seekers. She's done enough. 4 players now moving with
I think I would have Messica.
C, but still holding
I don't want to upset him because he's an angel.
Yeah, and that Heaven Smoke coming in late once again for G2. That's definitely going to hurt. And the spike, it can't get planted. G2, they're changing course.
I mean, we call her Vanya. But there's no W in Turkish. I'm pretty sure. I'll ask Jada actually.
But the fact that Petra didn't go with the squad and pivots and goes back.
This coming from Riot. We just call her Vanya.
That was everything for G2. That allows that G2 to
like almost kind of like a. Yeah, I'm not even watching the SMG game. Like I'm sure the other guys in Plat Chat will talk about it more. I saw bits of it. But I think I was just like I kind of want to watch. Like I can talk about G2. I could talk about BBL.
So Dyke gets a first nice pop off on it to glance. And the retakes looking
Why watch? Yeah, no doubt. Like others will. Like
and there's that first easy kill. Wall comes up, but didn't know that Trojino was just around the corner. And
I just thought it was funny there was a complete accident.
Wow.
But the thing that I'm curious about, maybe you can clear this up for me, Van Silly. I heard that it was accidental midway in the game because obviously news travels fast in the Gamechangers scene. But was it like SMG thought that it was a rehearsal? They asked for a remake and Riot said no. That's what I heard. But all of SMG have been like, hey, we made a mistake, it's fine, we'll lived around it. But that's the one thing I'm not sure on, is if they asked for a remake and Riot was like, yeah, you can.
Yeah, and that's an immediate reaction because Sarah has so much.
All that was facts, yeah. But it sounded like SMG weren't that mad. They were like, oh shit, can we remake? And Riot were like, as per the rule, but you can. And they're like, all right, sorry. And then they just went in anyway. So, yeah. But hopefully, I don't know if any of the responsibility falls on Riot in this case. But hopefully they're like, okay, let's communicate this a bit better. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
From Georgina onto Petro. At least the smoke is good this time, but G2 cannot walk in. That utility from the Astra and the Killjoy.
Because there is some stuff where you pick. Somebody was saying that like you pick agents and then you turn the monitor off so you can't see what they've picked when you do the walkouts. But I have no idea.
Have a lot to work with on his 5 versus 2.
Astra all alone right
yeah, I mean, I think it screwed over EG more. Like the argument, I saw people like Tanny and stuff tweeting, "Hey, if SMG played their proper comp, I'm just checking on my order just so it's not. If EG played their proper comp, if SMG played their proper comp, they would have 13-0'd EG." And it's like no, because EG clearly, I don't know much about NA Gamechangers because it was on at the same time as ours, so I didn't really watch it. But I imagine that Evil Geniuses with wins against version 1 and stuff were pretty good at anti-stratting and at least looked at what their opponents were doing. And so people throw that out and all of your prep goes out the window. Granted, you haven't seen this team play in a couple of weeks, so they could change anything.
Are stuck in the site and Team Liquid, they know it. Spike planted.
Planted for tree. Both of them just
yeah. 90 minutes prep on a map is maybe like, even if I felt confident they were going to pick their comp, I don't think I'd prep for 90 minutes on a comp. But part of that, I guess, is like actually doing the anti-strat and then going from that point. Right, that's my WhatsApp.
Low HP, the lineup was almost there.
It was almost there indeed. 30 HP, barely breathing over. If Roxy was able to convert that.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going wrong for. I swear that EG are just a cursed organization at this point.
Completely made G2 pivot towards that vent. So either way, though, that
quite literally, like the fucking clip of Ethan where he's talking about the world unraveling if Evil Geniuses win champions has now stretched over to their Gamechangers team.
And remember, that was a 5 versus 2 that they almost converted for the last 2 players of G2. So knowing that at least from your coaching,
it could be some like EG gets 13-0'd in VCT to quad duelist is now the meta on Lotus.
Yeah, we'll see if Petra immediately identifies that this Killjoy is alone. This is going to be the first time that this is a Killjoy only setup. Usually it's
It's just it also felt like from looking at Ethan's expression that he just knew. Like he actually saw the future and saw that this is what was going to happen. He just looked so dead inside. Who do you think will win today, SMG or G2? I haven't watched that much SMG just because of time. I was too busy watching Talon, which I think I maybe didn't need to do as much of. But yeah, I feel like G2 has enough about them to win those kind of games. Because G2 don't really have like a super weak map, for example. It's not like they... Haven is a map that I'm worried about, but I don't know actually what they banned out here. They banned Bind. Like, because they were running a Viper comp on Haven. They've had so much time to fix it, but that was the only map where they looked just lost. They got destroyed 13-4 by... They got destroyed 13-4 by BBL, and then we played them the game after G2 played BBL, and they were just permaban in Haven for the rest of that stage.
And that was a good read, once again, coming through here for G2. You know, immediately identifying that KJ utility set up at C, identifying that ultimate was on 9.
So, that's the one map that I'm scared of, but it has been so long since we've seen G2 play it. And, like, they've changed all of their roles anyway, so all of their maps might look stronger.
And they need that. You've mentioned that you're starting to actually understand a little bit how you're playing for the defense of Team Liquid. You're actually able to add a lot of pressure towards the A side.
Timeout. Oh, Van Silly, if you see Carcass, could you tell him I said hi?
Come back.
That's all. Oh, and if you see Mezica, tell him I said. Tell the EMEA coaches I said hi if you see them.
Number 9. Are we going to see that aggression?
It is a bit telegraphed here, but certainly at least for these orbs, if you're the defenders, you want to at least go for this
100%.
One or the other.
He's a homie. Yeah, Carcass is really nice. Like, I could see Carcass coaching on a VCT team.
On an eco at this point, and they're trying to play the crossfire, trying to double swing.
Like, he's got that pro perspective, but I also think that he's just very relaxed and patient.
Definitely a bait and switch. I mean, Mimi.
Yeah, G2 looks shaky, but they've changed so much and they've had some time to practice. Like, this whole year for them has just felt, is Mary coming back? Oh no, she isn't.
Doesn't clear it.
Oh boy.
This could be quite good. But G2, they're sensing something here and they're already pulling back.
They saw the sky. They don't want to get blinded. They don't want to deal with any sort of trap. And so the fact that the sky kind of showed up and took the dog for
it's brave for Mary to be doing that, but also it wouldn't be surprising if she just fell out of love and screaming and competing. It's stressful.
Looking to lean for a pick. Zara did get a contact, a little bit of body damage, but now falls back as her turret falls as well.
Sausage soup dipping? Yeah. No, it does say that, fans, because there'll be fucking people that'll be like, oh, Christ. Ugh. Like a collective groan. Just... Even people that don't know me. I met Baby Bay once, but he won't know who I am. So I'm like, oh, fuck that guy.
It almost felt like they didn't even have to use that much utility, and it just allowed Team Liquid to still peek out first and get these picks. I mean, look, you still have a paranoia on a post.
I think I'd turn Ender toxic. That's how bad I am.
Yes, the reads have been really good for
the person.
Play versus
the birthday man, yeah.
Pushes on the extremities that we've seen in the earlier rounds, which allows even a flawless from Prime Gaming to happen.
If you want, you can tell Ginny hi, and that I'm proud of her. That's a very dad. Does say I'm proud of her. That makes me sound like a dad.
I'm happy with 5-6 as a bonus. So right now, they're just one round away, pretty much from completing that. So.
Well, I see now go from doing like a smidgen of EMEA stuff to international event.
It's an important buy that you have for Team Liquid.
Like, it's great. Any other EMEA people there really kind of Ender? Any amount of birthdays you had? My food is on the way. 3 minutes. Yinsu. Oh yeah, of course Yinsu. That's a fucking given.
No way! No, that shouldn't have happened. That opens up.
Do you
There's
ever
only
feel
one
so
player in there.
skibbity riz
That's
or higher
Jujina,
that you can't
who
hold your
also gets
edge
dispatched by
anymore?
Petra.
You literally sound like Nugget.
Not another one. They're getting their money now.
They are.
She was messaging me with the whole like sticking out your gap for the Rizzler. This is skibbity, and I was like, "Are you having a stroke? Are you okay? Is this some sort of like message that you send because you're like being kidnapped to code? Is everything okay?" And then she fucking sent me the video, and I'm like, "Oh my god, you are actually an idiot."
Figuring out exactly where this KJ might be, but wow.
Someone with a birthday every single day and somebody with feet fetish. Yeah. I mean, it's more that there's people that don't know about the birthday thing, and I prefer to keep it that way. My rider's nearby, but it's not really. It always says that. I need to be... I'll probably finish at like past, and I'll probably have the food then. So I'll just keep that playing. Food might get a tad cold, but that's alright.
So definitely warmed up from that first map on Sunset.
I think Nugget might have a good vocabulary. Yeah, when people aren't listening, she calls them out and says like, "Yo, you fucking guys have poop in your ears" or something. Like,
they just broke the turret. They know she's close. Back towards Hobbit door. Lines up that kill onto Petra. Everybody's still a little bit too far out. Maybe Glan's gonna have an opportunity there. But looks like Bizarro's gonna be.
but yeah, we made some really interesting roster moves on Odd One Out. I can't wait to announce them. I thought we were doing it this week, but I guess not. We are busy, hard at work. Well, they're hard at work. I'm doing fucking nothing. I'm sat here with you plebs talking about a game that I'm not even watching. Okay, my fit's here. Be right back. Somehow just looked at the viewer counter. We got more viewers than me being AFK than at any point in the stream. Oh, did a shit shower and shave. See you soon, Vadsili. A technical pause. Out of breath. I ran all the way back. It's just very cold today. Hey, Anders. We weren't shit talking you earlier. Gal, shut up. Say nothing. We actually weren't shit talking you. I was first of all saying for a watch party to go watch you. Can I? How do you do the shout out thing? Because I might do that now. Anders TV. There you go. Definitely a good watch party if you want to try something a bit different to the usual suspects. But we were saying how I think your model of thinking seems to really not mesh with some people to the point where they're like very antagonistic, which I understand if people don't resonate with the way that you think, but the way that people almost like attack you for it is weird. Does that make sense? I'm trying to work out like where's the line of using either the control, like the Magic the Gathering archetypes, military tactics. Where's the line where that isn't, where the data can be blurred a little bit more? Because I imagine there's some resistance where it's like, I want you to play in these post-plant positions because on a net average, they tend to win out more. I imagine for a lot of players, they can get really restricted in that and they just don't really do the bare minimum because of it. So, yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier in the stream. LS Fairy with Magic the Gathering color typing. Yeah, I think it's... I'm just very curious about that, really. Like, and I guess you are as well. Like, at what point is it mandatory to have these things in place versus where you have freedom to do other stuff? I'm kind of like the LS of VALORANT, for better or for worse. Is he very data-driven now?
Coming back in to round 11. 2 more rounds left in this half, and Petra starting it off fast.
That's right. So no timeout being called by Team Liquid. It's only a pit and then it cosmic divide.
But also, like, I think that's just where I differ from Lofar a lot. And I didn't really know how to really put a pin in it until I heard a quote from Walt Whitman, which, looking, I can already know that Anders is going, oh Christ, here he goes. But the whole be curious, not judgmental, that's me to a T. Like, I could be like, I don't understand why he did this, but it is like, it's the difference between me saying, I don't understand why they've gone for this Viper Wall, and me trying to work out why, as opposed to, this Viper Wall is dog shit, why are they doing it? These are dog shit people. Like, I can't think like that. I can't sit and think, watch these teams and go, this team is objectively bad. Like, you can have two really good teams to play up against each other that make both teams look objectively bad. Like, I think of every G2 versus, like, FPX for breaking Party Pirates game. Both teams made each other look like ass. Because they're two good teams trying to counter each other. You can have a great game of Valorant where two good teams just punch the shit out of each other. Like a Monday morning night game in Stoke kind of vibes.
But that flash for contact might foil the plans for G2.
And so yeah, I guess I just always sort of wonder around that balance of.
Daiki was trying to get the Seekers out, but didn't know that Sarah was just around the corner for that other trade. So G2
all of his most infamous takes of the numbers have never backed this up.
Just a bit for a plant,
Monday Night Football, yeah.
Roxy to rotate across for this lockdown on the pulse plant.
Yeah, paranoia still in hand as well. Bastarde still wondering.
Like Optic and FPX at Copenhagen, great example, yeah. I mean, I'd even say like Crew Gambit. That was a fucking mess of a game.
That you mentioned before, but it turns out to be a nice pick by Bastarde, sticking on to the spike, and it'll be defused.
Well, okay. That was
so yeah, I guess I'm very
Let me just sit there.
focused on that. Thanks for the raid, Zesht. I'm about to leave in 5 minutes. The RX FPX on Ascent? Yeah. I mean, especially when games get to overtime is where all of the theory kind of goes out the window. My pleasure. No worries. I've already sort of shouted out Anders, but I'd shout out your boy Zesht as well. Enjoy the 5-minute stream. I managed to fuck it up. Why did that not work? Did I spell your name wrong? There we go. Oh, I have to wait because I already just did it for Anders, so take it up with him. Because I beat you to it. Oh, thank you. Sorry, actual modding happening here.
Forcing these shots to come out early, and even that, even if it's a smoke coming out from Glance.
Unlucky on CGN, but I guess that was always the plan, right? That you weren't going to do it for the rest of the year and then see how next year goes.
She's already playing towards that position, so G2 once again giving up the orb, working back towards the B main.
Power of information.
Minnie's going to stream for Sliggy next 2 days. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I was a betting man, I would definitely say that Minnie's doing something in Gamechangers.
But they don't even want to plant here. They're pivoting once again.
Hobbit door broken, 2 players for Team Liquid within the A site. Nice delay by Iza. Satchel's coming through, so it looks like we're committed now. Bastarda holding inside that tree.
German was the person here, aka Tom Holland, yeah.
Pushing forward, trying to get the backstab within the A site. Will she catch it? She will. Iza falls, now Snakebite on the other.
I don't know if they're gonna duo stream it because Sliggy is at a he's gone home to do some like errands. I'm pretty sure. Might be wrong.
Second flash available. Just allow the flash and the peak to come in forward. Cosmic Divide on the other end. Double swing on the top of Heaven on the B main, but Sarah's still up there. Her and Mimi now only.
But maybe it's changed. Maybe it's a bit different.
A swing back in, and you talked about it here, Christine.
But yeah, I'm. At least yesterday he said that he's not around today.
After that tech pause, all of a sudden I said maybe Team Liquid have to be a little more proactive.
Yeah, Minnie's taking over the whole thing today and tomorrow. Maybe he's a guest on the last 2. But Sliggy doesn't typically do guests, so.
Just don't sell yourself short here.
I also think the fact that Minnie has been watching a lot of Gamechangers has been telling.
6 rounds on defense. You're looking to be in a great spot. Also toss it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Vansily and Potter. I think Potter hit the nail.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the desk, but I just want to watch as much as I can.
Mimi is still going for solo lurks onto the C site. Mimi is still calling to get proactive in those.
Ask him in, ask Minnie.
Just like Petra would with the
No, because I want to know in private, but I messaged him and he ignored me. I didn't message him at like 6 o'clock in the morning though. Do I bump it?
Yeah, good half of Team Liquid.
Yeah, 6 rounds on defense Lotus.
I'll probably do it
Setting yourself up
outside of the
really
stream.
nice, especially if you win this attack.
I'm gonna bump
If
it
you win
right
this attack
now.
Pistol, it's gonna be hard for G2 to come back.
I mean, G2 and pistols, they have the lowest pistol win rate out of any team.
Just bumping this as I'm nosy.
They're winning without those pistols though. So is it?
I've treated Minnie like shit. It's so bad.
I actually think it is just because the way this.
I told you I'm like in his AMAs, pure pick me girl. Like, what do you think I should do in my future, Minnie?
Barely scraped by with that pistol. It was Sarah that clutched it up.
It's
Still
just
lost the map without that pistol. It's so important.
Well, hugely important round here. I'm gonna send it back to your cast.
What are the chances of EDG winning with a sub against SR? I love that he gave you a serious answer. Yeah, outside of the OnlyFans suggestion, yeah, it was a very good answer.
Now, you've mentioned, we talked about it a little bit before we came back from the halftime, that
But it's very
Liquid have an opportunity to really
it's very tricky. I'm sure Zesh can attest if he's still here. Like, you can't full ass something. You have to half ass so many things because you don't know what doors are open and what doors are closed. So it makes me not want to like fully dedicate to helping a Gamechangers team because I don't know if I want to do China. I don't know if there'd be an offer for EMEA.
Of the A site, even towards the spawn. It's not even A site at this point. And as the
I never just want to stream, just do these kind of streams and just build it up over time.
Now the double swing. Iza's done her job. That's info on players right there and got the first blood.
Absolutely, absolutely. 1 for 1 there is all you need if you're Team Liquid, and immediately you can see the response reaction.
I'm actually gonna fucking TLDR this by just looking at Augment because I am really curious on how G2 plays Lotus. I might even have my notes about how G2 played Lotus. Never mind, I have to sign in for Notion. Can't be bothered. I do have my notes for Strat in G2 from before, so that might be an interesting read. But how do they play the defense usually? Is this well? They didn't have many defensive rounds because they were just deleting people. They actually playing the Killjoy mostly on B. What is that? And then the alarm bot mid. Fair enough. I need to stop clicking that. That's such an annoying thing to have. And then a heat map. That's a weird turret. I guess that's like an across turret, but if you got... Is that like... Because I understand putting a line bot here, putting a turret here. I'm playing around that, but... Right. Just common setup. Glance, where are you, bro? Being aggressive. Yeah, mostly aggressive on A. Fighting for that space. Petra, same as well. So they just fight a lot for A main. It's free. And then there's Sarah and Killjoy. Fair enough. I just hope you get to do what makes you happy, the most enjoyment, fulfillment. You get enough of a bag to be comfortable. That's the key thing, especially in this fucking like era. everything's falling apart.
Towards the B main, players also pushing towards the Hobbit door. Paranoia to delay a little bit.
Yeah, I should. There'll be something. It's just I don't like trying to do 3 different things poorly. I'd rather do one of them very, very poorly.
To get this Hobbit control back, but as I say that, Petra repositioned, but this kill from Glance is everything.
Now they have to focus on Glance. Pain Shell's now being forced out instead of playing on the pulse.
So Glance is fighting there.
The rotate comes across with the rest of G2.
You got B with the execute and just sort of bull rush them.
Back towards Glance, allowing Roxy to move forward. And the advantage goes back for G2. Daiki's solo play cannot connect the shots on the diffuser.
It's these kind of things that G2 are just really good at.
That's exactly out of your hands and going into the favor of pistol.
Me here to snowball if you can, and Petra's just around the corner.
So here they have the turret and the killjoy on B. This is around where Glance plays mid. They just kind of get ran over by the pistols a little bit, so that's a bit awkward, but they kill him anyway. Right, full buys. Give me the full buys. Go, 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 go. Triple push on A main.
Strong side is towards this A. They don't want to allow Viper to be able to lurk and get Rebel and kind of throw those misdirections. A lot of aggression for that Rebel control.
The Rebel controls there, and that makes Team Liquid.
I mean, the Team Liquid just
that seaside entrance. Lots of utility being used, satcheling in,
trying to go in, but the rotation from Roxy is fast. This is just a very like fast and loose style from G2. I mean, they're on a bonus, so they might as well just try and do some of this a little bit. Timing. So having multiple people sort of push A main, flank all the way around, open the door. Flank it all the way around. They haven't even planted the spike yet, so they have to awkwardly do that. And then they do clear it. Alright. So, Eco. I'm just going to 2x speed this actually. These are like my normal Gamechangers prep days. Like, first couple of games I watch very slowly, and then it's like, shit, I'm running out of time. Alright, just speed read.
The super high-low. As yeah, unfortunately, players are falling just like dominoes towards that A-side push, and even now forcing to commit towards C. An opportunity for Petra to pick up a couple of kills, and you see that weapon shining. Definitely pulling up the numbers in the second map, and also trying to pick up the showstopper by swinging out against the knife.
Ooh, good shot from Zera.
So it's up to Zera to hold the site. 2 more, she'll get a pit. Just trying to delay as much as she can, so nice discipline.
I said better at 2x speed. That's the key. I'll tell you that as a YouTuber, I can't edit my voice unless I'm watching it at 2x speed. Even if you just watch it at 1.25, it's enough to throw your brain off of being like, okay, somebody else.
To try to catch some players off guard, but it's a crossfire, the bait and switch instead. Sarah gets the pick, Roxy on the second one, and now Georgina
like that's my trick to like VOD reviewing and rewatching stuff. Is just don't watch it back at 1x speed. Because it doesn't get, people say it gets easier over time, it doesn't. You still cringe. I've done it for 8 years, I still hate the sound of my own voice. So you listen to it at a different speed, and it's just enough to help you get over it. But that also explains probably why I talk so fast, because I've got so used to losing it.
Having yet to capitalize 1 round on the second half to actually put some wind behind their sails and hopefully bring that same comeback that we've seen that they were able to do on that first map of Sunset. You see that trade-off of utility once again. But Team Liquid, they're just moving as a death ball this time around, looking to fight back towards A main, where it's only Glance.
It's only Glance, but she's still got the paranoia in her back pocket. She can ult out of here. Things get too crazy. That's the tell.
There's the paranoia. Doesn't want to swing out. Just trying to hear the number of shots. So they can double through. Showstopper out, but the off angle playing forward.
Oh my god.
On G2 and Bizarra, all of Team Liquid. They fell into that trap. That was so nice.
So clean. So clean. You said, uh-oh, Glance, but we should have said, uh-oh, Team Liquid. It's Glance. Ready. Bizarra now. I mean, she's got 30 seconds left, and she has 1 away from the ult. So she's able to get 1 frag. Well, that's her death. That'll fine. That's fine.
I wonder if they're putting... I mean, honestly, they could just play Sarah on Viper on every map.
There's still some economy to work with, and we're still winless, unfortunately, though, for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I think this is about the time we need to just call a timeout and talk about the smoke control. If you're the attacking side, you got to talk about some sort of change and pace one time in here. Too often, G2 are just doing whatever they want.
Vansili, I thought you were bald. Oh, Vansili's got a good head of hair.
To make G2 waste a little bit more time towards this Rebel.
I mean, there, as you called it, the timeout's already coming out this time around for Team Liquid. It's almost like our coach putter, you know that.
It's a shame that they don't have coach cams. Because they have coach cams, I've seen them.
They fumbled. Petra got lucky, sure. She chose the right spot to shoot her rocket, but Team Liquid fumbled. But the point is, though, that they have those protocols in place, ready to go. And here it is, but starting a quick opening towards this Rebel.
So on the timeout is to fight back towards Rebel. That's exactly what they want right now. Even Bastardo going for the white swing guardian headshot onto Glance. Players are dwindling down for G2,
and they're just
forcing now G2 to
fighting, fast rotation. As soon as there's no voice.
And I really like how Team Liquid are cutting noise here. Georgina is kind of lingering on the back line, seeing if anyone can come flank. And here we go. Just force the opponent to make an error.
And when you have less numbers, you want to try to peek out and try to find that information where the rotation could be. The Seeker's coming out in the attack. Mini also has a beautiful flash too. As Rock C gets picked off, and there's that big lurk you talk about.
Slowly going bald. I mean, out we all.
exactly what Team Liquid needed. Exactly what Team Liquid needed. I think if you're G2 though, you're okay with giving up that round. We've seen so many different kind of setups to be able to have an answer for this trouble. Once again,
We'll all eventually lose our hair.
The plant inside. Two players had to play their heroics now. The Seekers in a flash. There's that push up for the water. Good for one Nike balls.
25-2.
Utility on the support coming out from the new IGL Mini to allow Petra to get that pick, and that's going to put G2 at map and series point.
Oh, that's so unfortunate if you're Team Liquid. G2 are a team that once they get going, we've seen it all series long, they do not let go of W. And in that moment, G2 gains.
Will they find me when they dig up our Graves vault? Probably.
G2 are investing quite a lot into this round. Already Paint Shell and already Paranoia off the board.
I think that's the way it's gonna. Why did I miss that?
Quite a lot into this round. Already Paint Shell and already Paranoia off the board.
Did they really just line up?
The saving grace for G2 is at least they have the Viper's Pit on the other side, so they can keep all their bodies towards A.
Pretty much. Oh my.
Bops them all down, and it's up to Georgina on the 4 versus 1. Up towards the main. I mean, Glenn's already there with the shorty close. Jumping up, the 2 shots come in. Mimi with the ace, and that's going to be G2 win the series.
It literally ends with a Mimi ace. Okay.
It's still G2's.
Yeah, I mean, G2 are just that good. So I wanted to check, because I keep forgetting who it is. Crew. I think BBL probably can beat Crew. I just think it's nerves. I think BBL could probably get up to the upper bracket. Like, they have enough about them. I'll also say, fucking, who is it that they signed? Who was their Sentinel player? Oh, this was a different tournament entirely. I think it was Wens. Wens is unbelievable. Like, I think Vanya is going to get a lot of praise because she's RGLing and putting up those kind of numbers. But Wens is the Sentinel player, I think. Wens from Overwatch. Like, I think that's the player that's probably going to impress the most if she's that good at timing. We have a good amount of great Sentinels in EMEA. But yeah, every scrim that I remember with Wens, she was just tearing people apart. Wens versus Aneries would slap. Yeah, I mean, I don't like... Alkia has been good. Like, there's some good rounds that they have. I think the key thing overall is that, like, teams can, like, build up a bit of a lead against BBL. But BBL just seem to, like, snap in. Like, I mean, especially if I go to, like, our thingy. I don't have a picture because I don't have a proper picture as well. I remember this series, like, pretty well from our end. Because I'd have rounds like, this was a sin, wasn't it? Oh, they don't have it anymore. It's on YouTube, so I'd be able to find it. Like, we did well here. And then this round... Wait, what was it? I thought we attacked first. Yeah, we pulled this back. They were on an eco here, and they did this round where they went for an ace split, but just the jet with Bladestorm went tree. But they dashed really early on from mid. I do it this way. Did a round where the jet dashed from here, like dashed up to here and then went this way, whilst everybody else just went for like an A execute. But because the dash was down here, it sounds like it's from A main. So you just assume that they're all A main. Everybody was looking this way, and then suddenly a jet just appears out of fucking nowhere, slaps 2 people down, and they managed to win an eco like that. And it, like, they do like stuff like DRX a lot. They'll push B mid aggressively. I think that's the thing, is like, if you get some round wins together against BBL, you've got to be prepared for when they just come out swinging, because that catches people mostly out, I think. But I'll call the stream there because I'm on plat chat in 30 minutes. Somebody asking, how often do I stream? Not enough. I don't know if that's anybody that's here, but I don't think so. Well, Boast is streaming. Meg sounds like egg. She hosted me the other day, so I'll host her back. And she's also watched Python Gamechangers, so Meg sounds like egg. Is that all just, there's no weird ways of spelling it? Nope, it's all good. Good night. Love you. Thank you, Hamburger Royal. Thank you for everybody tuning in. I think we learned nothing about Talon because we haven't seen that much of him. We'll be back for Gamechangers. I'm not watch party in it. So no, we got scrims as well, so that's kind of annoying. But I'll be back probably tomorrow. I kind of like doing these like morning, afternoon streams. Just keeps me busy. Shout out to Wins Overwatch. We don't need to talk about wins. They're probably still just sat on the payload, tweeting about it. Have a good time if you're on the stream today, Vansili. Enjoy the rest of the event if I don't speak to you. You've been killing it as per, so glad to see you back. And yeah, hopefully see you all. Well, if you're around tomorrow, we'll stream something. We'll find some games to watch and learn. And yeah, I'll see you on Plat Chat in about 25 minutes. Bye. 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 Bye.